Hello and welcome. We will be starting momentarily. Please take a seat and switch your phones off.
The linear economy is based on take, make, waste. We take things out of the natural environment, resources, raw resources. We make them into consumer products, and then we waste them, which means usually we put them in the landfill or we put them in the incinerator and burn them.
How can our waste build capital rather than reduce it?
Sustainable design is where a designer is actually looking at the full life cycle of the product or service that they're working on, from raw materials to production, distribution to end of life.
For much of the last century, the way we design and produce products followed a simple logic. Take resources, make goods, and move on. This approach delivered growth and convenience, but it also left behind environmental damage, social inequities, and fragile supply chains that we are only now beginning to fully understand. Today, sustainability is no longer a niche concern or a future ambition. It is reshaping how products are designed, how materials are sourced, and how brands are held accountable for their impact on the world. Frameworks like environmental, social, and governance, ESG, now ask us to look beyond profit towards transparency, accountability, and long-term value. This session invites us to rethink what it truly means to design for a sustainable future and how innovation can align with the health of our planet and society. To explore those questions, we are joined by voices who approach sustainability not as a trend, but as a systemic shift, one that challenges how we think about materials, ecosystems, and innovation itself. Hello, my name is Cassandra. I am an 11th grade student here at ISL and a member of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you to the panel, Design to Sell, Redesigning Products for Sustainability. I'm honored to welcome Albin Kerlin, a pioneer in circular design and sustainable innovation. As CEO of EPEA Switzerland, Albin has helped reshape how products are designed and sourced through the cradle-to-cradle framework, encouraging companies to move beyond minimizing harm and towards creating a positive environmental and social impact. He has also written a book on sustainable design, From Rebel to Radical Innovator, leading the transformation through circularity. His work challenges us to rethink materials, systems, and value creation at a fundamental level. I'm also pleased to welcome Raphael Kensig, an environmental entrepreneur working at the intersection of ecology, design, and real-world impact. As founder and CEO of Foster, Raphael focuses on the health of essential natural systems, water, soil, and air, helping organizations understand how sourcing and production choices directly affect ecosystems. His perspective grounds sustainability and ESG conversations in the realities of the environmental systems we depend on. The first 25 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I've prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about sustainable design. We're ready to begin. I would like to ask the panel, many sustainability efforts focus on reducing harm. How do we shift the mindset towards products and systems that actively regenerate environmental and social value? Raphael, could you please start us off?
How to do it? So, okay. So this can you make it a bit less? Thank you. So this YFS is it a need or is it want? So this is one of the very important questions. And if you have something you need or you want or you will buy or you will use, take care. How is it built? Is it built so that when the product has come to the end of life, can it be recycled? Can the components be separated and perhaps used again? Or are they just being waste? And this is then a threat to your kids in the future.
Would you like to add anything?
I think we have a fundamental issue, which is that we have all been educated to think linear. And all the systems we are living in are based on linear thinking. So what does that mean? So we have a line, and at the end of the line we have a garbage bin. So a lot of people think, yeah, we can make, this cradle to grave aspect, we can make it circular. You take the line and you make a circle, easy. But the problem is the garbage bin is still there. And you can get only rid of the garbage bin through innovation. And a lot of people talk about sustainability. That means making it less bad. But this is not an option. We need to try to make it good. And that means a radical change of thinking. So we need to really change the mindset entirely. And it's not that easy to change from a linear way of thinking because we have been educated, raised, thinking in this, and thinking suddenly in a circular system, cradle to cradle, we call it. So that's the fundamental element. Challenging. The other element is that as we are living in systems, all the systems are defined by linear aspects. So how can you change the system? That makes it even more challenging, okay? Because then everyone needs to contribute. For example, how can you get to the consumer? The consumer needs to contribute because it's part of the system. And everyone talks about recycling, but recycling is downcycling. And the question is, what can you do in the future because of this dilemma of this dead-end road, cradle to grave? We are destroying resources, we are losing resources, and most of the resources are even toxic. So you need to fundamentally change this. So how can you design products in a way that they are safe, that means healthy, for humans and for the environment? And how can you make it circular so that you don't lose the resources? But then you need to have some systems in place where the sources can get back so that it can be reintegrated into the supply chain.
Thank you for your insight. Can sustainable design actually drive innovation, or does it sometimes act as a constraint? Raphael, would you please share your insights?
Well, I would like to put that in a bigger picture. So last week I attended to a presentation of a retired astrophysics professor, and she showed life of the Earth within 1 year. So when did the human arrive? When did they appear on this time scale? It was 4 minutes before the end of the year, right? So the Earth exists a little bit longer than we do. So, and in this comparison, I would like to make the bridge. So is there innovation? Has it to be high-tech? Because high-tech points out something little better, little better with special materials. And those special materials often have this toxic aspect because they provide something very important in a very, very, very specific way, but not more. Just in this little niche, it's a perfect match for the moment, but not for eternity. And give me an example, perhaps tap water. In Switzerland, tap water is the best water you can drink. The bottled water will not fulfill the laws which tap water easily achieves in Switzerland. So if you want to drink good water, it's not a bottled. So in Switzerland, I work also with rainwater management. So at the moment, it's also a linear system. We dump water to the wastewater treatment instead of letting it get it into the soil, because we have a fear to pollute our groundwater, which is so clear. And now we have this linear system, but we must trust nature, power of nature, because the water has been purely before human mankind. So we have to trust natural processes, and allow natural processes to get their time, because it's mostly not that fast, for which we use this high tech to accelerate something. I think the change I want to point out is we have to include nature and allow nature to use its time to fulfill what we want.
Okay, may I take this up from the water? I think that's, yeah, you know, Swiss drinking water is quite a quality topic. But if you really look into it, we have some topics about microplastics. Ever heard of microplastics? Okay. Why is this coming from? Because the products are not designed in a way as they should be. Because abrasion from a lot of materials, most everyone is wearing sneakers, so about 175 grams per year of abrasion is going into the environment. And most of it is toxic and it's not biodegradable. So we have a design problem. And from the original question, okay, sustainable design, no. Is this the right expression, sustainable design? What does that mean? Make it less bad? I'm coming back again? No, we should really design it from a totally new approach. And this is not sustainable. Okay, so we need to define it in a different kind of quality. And we need to be careful because it's a change of mindset. We need to be careful on the terminology we use. Okay, so wording is key, communication is key, and that you are really using these correct names, because everyone talks about sustainability, but I would say the understanding of sustainability is probably different than everyone here in the audience. So we need to talk about eco-design and really design it in a way, because 80% of all the criteria which will end up in a closed loop will depend on the original design. If you look at products, I would say most of the products that we are having around us are not in compliance with circularity and are not in compliance with material health. So if we take the water again and the packaging, PET, okay, PET bottles, you have here this system here back there where you can dump the PET bottles. There are over 200 chemicals and materials in a PET bottle based on 100 parts per million, which is 0.01%, 200 chemicals. We have some chemicals in there, which is a catalyst to make the polymer, the plastic, PET, so polyester. And this catalyst is a heavy metal. It's called antimony. It is cancerogenic. And it migrates. And industry is safe because legislation protects them. Legislation means companies only have to declare toxic elements in a product above 1,000 parts per million, 0.1%. Okay, so this antimony, this cancerogenic material, is there in a bottle between 200 and 300 parts per million. So industry does not have to declare by legislation. The other element is migrating. That means it's not basically incorporated in the polymer. It migrates. So it migrates into the water. And the legal limit is 40 milligrams per liter. And effectively, it is 6 to 12 milligrams per liter. So you are drinking this every day. I'm a consumer myself. I do it myself, okay, because I'm a consumer. I'm forced to be included in that kind of system. Now you're going to industry and you're asking them, hey, you need to change this. We have some alternatives. You can use them. They are probably not really more expensive, but industry is refusing to change. And now you need to look at materials. If I'm too long, then stop me, please. If you look, you need to look at materials. So we talk about plastics, and on PET, it's one of the largest materials of plastics. So the production is 70 million tons per year, annually. So polypropylene, polyethylene is about 100 million tons per year. And it's global. And packaging is quite a small amount because the large amount of PET is being used in textiles with the same problem. And in this recycling, if we're going to recycling of PET, some PET is going to be bottle to bottle, and some other bottles basically are going back into the textile supply chain. So they're making fibers out of it. Okay, so this is what you need to understand. So there is basically a system in place on supply chain. Everyone talks about supply chain, global supply chain, but you need to find a kind of collecting system. It's there, and then you need to make it back. But what is the purpose? That's my point, that we have toxic materials around. What is the point, and why don't we change this?
Okay, so thank you for that. That's very interesting. My next question is kind of building off of that. How do legal frameworks like environmental, social, and governance, ESG, help guide decision-making beyond compliance or reporting? And
okay, so, you know, there are so many, I would say, stakeholders that are included in this system. And maybe you have heard of the new Green Deal from the EU member states, from the EU Commission. It has been launched about 6 years ago, and the investment in this is 1,000 billion euros, so it's a lot of money. And they have the ambition from the politics to change. They have 3 goals. The first goal is to become a climate neutral continent. The second is transforming a linear-based industry and business into a circular industry and business. And the third element is they want to become a toxic-free environment because they have to protect the citizens, politics, and they have to protect the environment. So there are basically, is now a huge framework that is in place. It is huge, and it's very, I would say, impactful because it goes into the right direction. Okay, so it really looks at that we need to handle basically corporate issues, so the sustainability issues within a corporate. And one of the first elements is eco-design. Okay, so not sustainable design, eco-design. The second element is extended producer responsibility. So companies, industry is being made responsible that they need to take back the goods and they need to pay for it. So it's a game changer, a business model changer. Then it's about CSR reporting. So there are clear guidelines, CSR, corporate sustainability reporting, what to do. The big thing, I think, is greenwashing. So greenwashing will not be allowed anymore. So the EU Commission has set up a fact sheet about greenwashing. And they are claiming in this fact sheet, so this is from the government, okay, EU Commission, that's the government, so it's not just, you know, someone. They declare that basically the consumers are misled by statements from marketing, communication, which are not really accurate. Let's say it like this. And in addition to that, they say there are over 250 certificates or certification schemes who basically, or who have the aim to talk about green aspects or sustainable aspects. And most of them are not in compliance with the new rules that will come for no greenwashing.
With your involvement in both practical and environmental projects and ecology engineering networks, what role do you see for cross-disciplinary collaboration in making sustainability more than just a marketing message?
You mentioned, I think most important are principles like less is more, so avoid. Then the other things are the eco-engineered parts. Is it possible? Or you are the customer, by the way. You have a big power, and we are on the day of the small changes. So you can decide day by day, minute by minute, what you choose. You can choose the not that bad product because the very the circular economy products are not widely available for what you want. I think if I would really like to point out you as with your power of as a customer, perhaps later in as a provider of services or goods, because it's for you and your future. And I think if you manage to produce or provide services or goods which are where you can really provide harmless or without any products without any harm to nature or less harm to nature, this is really the thing I would really encourage you to do. Yes.
Then looking at the next decade, how do you envision responsible innovation and the role of designers, brands, and consumers evolving in ways that transform culture, not just products? Albin?
Good question. Do we need to change culture? Or do we need to change a mindset? Okay, it's a different way of looking at it. Okay, I think culture has a lot to do, you know, where you have grown up and so on, okay, and covers a lot of aspects. But the mindset, how to deal basically with the surroundings, okay, materials, products, how you interact with people and so on, I think that's a totally different kind of element. And you know, maybe you hear now I'm talking you about, you know, shocking elements, but I think we need to wake up. But I would as well communicate there is a point where there are so many opportunities out there because we need to change everything. You know, the opportunities are huge, but you need to have the right kind of mindset. If you're not able to have this, you have a problem. And one of the biggest problems we have in projects, so we are consulting companies, one of the biggest problems is we need to prove it's economically feasible, okay? But how can you do this? Because accounting is based on linear thinking. And you cannot prove a circular concept with a linear accounting system. So that's why we developed circular accounting methodologies to prove within companies, okay, that this project is economically feasible. So you can really integrate innovation, I would say, in every aspect. So it's a lot of hope there to build the future in a new way. Yes, there has been basically the last couple of decades, there have been a lot of mistakes that have been made from the industrial point of view, because industry is producing products. Now we have an opportunity to change, but we need to make that change very fast.
Raphael, is there anything you would like to add?
Yeah, thank you so much. So there's one little story about lights. You can, like changing the mindset. So Philips had another business model, not just selling bulbs, but selling light. So they made contracts, and they said, so we will provide bulbs, and they will last for 2 years, 3 years, whatever. And whenever the lifetime is shorter, we have to exchange that. So it was their motivation to make something better because it was on their yearly budget. So that's the one thing, and the next thing is close to that, I think, products which have to perform on the market. They are measured by quarterly sales numbers, and which is not easy for products which should last longer, for products which should have a second life afterwards, because you have to invest a little bit more at the beginning, or much more at the beginning, or you have to find people who see the value of having a product which they think they might have for a longer time period. So perhaps my question to you is, which smartphone is younger than 6 months of you? Please, hands up. Kind of, right? So it has, perhaps the smartphone which has been 2 years old might have also been good so far. So this is just, those are the little, again, the small steps you can improve.
Okay.
So I have something to add. You bring up the business case of Philips. And I'm glad you did, because unfortunately it is being often taken as a business case for circularity. The problem is we don't see this as a business case for circularity because they changed the service business model. They are not talking about the materials in the product. They are not talking about the design of the product. They are just talking about changing the business model of the service.
True. Thank you so much. This is,
okay.
Yes, it's towards a better direction. It's not a solution yet. So this is what I really want to point out for you, because the older ones don't have the fresh ideas anymore sometimes, or they do, but perhaps less. But it's your world. It's your time. It's time for you with all your ideas, your inspiration to think about yourself. Which is my next right decision, small one or bigger one, and therefore what is my value for that product, for that service? Is it something I really can, which is a really smart, very fast decision, or is it something I might consider to have it a little bit longer? This is just one point, of course. This is just one aspect, but it is one aspect.
One thing more to add. Why do I really insist on the topic of resources? Okay, because with the current system, we are running out of resources. That means that future generations will not have enough resources available to make products.
And we're talking about food, not only products.
As well, food, okay. And most of the resources that we leave them, okay, in the future, if we continue like this, will have a bad quality, and most of them are even toxic. So I think that's a responsibility we have for the coming generations, okay, that they will have enough resources available so they will be able to create their own products according to their own personal values, what they would like to have. But we need to provide them the resources, good quality and non-toxic.
I think you're in a very good environment. Since for ISDL, I'm working for quite a long time in projects, for example, in Ghana, where there is no fish anymore in the sea. So what we do fish farming on land, but in a very, very low environmental impact way. So with the PDW you made, so many of you, I saw many of you again, that made me happy, have been contributed to projects like those. And sometimes it's not easy, but it can give someone an idea how change might be, or that change is really possible.
So that is all I have in terms of questions. So we're going to take a 2-minute break to allow you to process all of this information and to think about any final questions that you might have for the panelists.
I mean that the first two questions would go to Albin.
Yeah, so
Okay, I'm sorry.
So
I should have made it a bit more
I think
clear.
sometimes I didn't answer properly.
It's okay. Okay, we're gonna start. So, please sit down. We will now begin with questions from the audience. I would ask that you raise your hand, and when I call on you, please stand up, please state your name and school, and followed by the brief question. So, any questions so far? Okay. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline. I'm from St. Charles International School, and I just had a question for both of you, or whoever would like to answer it. It's just I find that with eco products, there's often like a little dilemma as a consumer, at least from my experience. That is, there's usually not only the price issue, where like usually the eco version is a lot more expensive, and someone who might not have a lot of resources, well, you can't. It's kind of insensitive to like tell them to like spend a lot of money, but also from a efficiency standpoint, often the products that are not eco-friendly tend to be more effective and like achieve their purpose like more effectively, especially from a pharmacological standpoint. So I wanted to ask you, what would you say we need to do as not only consumers but also in from a design perspective to find a balance between something that is efficient and like affordable for people, and also something that is positive, like Mr. Kalin said, that's not something that's just less bad, but something that's actually good for the environment. Like, what path should innovation take to find that middle?
Should I try to answer? So I would say this is the scoop of all the projects. Okay, how can you really, get back to the economical aspect, that it's, economical feasible as well for the consumer, okay? That it's not too high. We have a lot of issues with the marketing people in companies because they think, oh, there's a new feature, okay, eco. We can add some additional money to it, okay, make it more expensive. But, that's one aspect, okay? So make it affordable for consumers, and that the biggest issue is that if you are looking into a supply chain, so in a lot of products you might have 50 suppliers or even more, and everyone thinks, oh, this is a cool project, this is good, and everyone is asking for some more money. So if you apply 50 times more money, everyone, then, it's getting overpriced, even though they would not need. So from our experience, when we tackle these products according to our methodology of cradle to cradle, we have proven that from the economical point of view, the products do not need to be more expensive than the previous ones. How we do it, we are not going to the companies and going to change the existing products, because then you're making it less bad. You start to correct. We go there and we say, hey, we should try to do something new, entirely new. Try get rid of the barriers, try to do something new. You get much more motivated people in the team because they are able to be creative, innovate, and do something new, and then really try to do it. But you need to communicate to the supply chain. Don't ask for more money, even if it's a new project, because then you will kill basically the demand afterwards for the consumers. But this is crucial, that it needs to be basically integrated from all aspects. So now the communication, okay, that's another, I would say, topic. It's about marketing. So I don't think that marketing has really taken this task, I would say, serious enough that they will provide the right information to the consumers, that the consumers can make their product decision based on their own values. Okay, so you need specific information that you can make a decision based on your values. And most of the time, the products that we see, eco and with all the kind of labels, this is basically difficult to make a judgment as a consumer. I'm a consumer myself. Okay, and I think there is a lot to do as well from the marketing side, and I think government, what I mentioned before, is trying to make this framework where this will not be allowed any longer. Okay, so government is trying to step in. Is that good or not? That's another question, but basically it's a framework that will happen. But thank you for, that's a dilemma we are in, and we need to get rid of this dilemma.
Thank you. Any other questions or something to add? No?
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is David. My question is addressed to Mr. Kalin because he was talking about the transformation from linearity to circularity. And how do you expect industries to change their innovation, even if the cost is low and the economical problem is not at stake? How do you expect them to take the investments that they made in this old means of production and now take it from this creative standpoint to make these sustainable designs of their products? Because the idea is that even if the cost is low, it wouldn't be appealing for them to give up their advantages and the economies of scale and all of this to create a different organization. So the structure of the industry is the most difficult to change, in my opinion, because that's the idea. You have the organization, you have the collaboration of multiple suppliers. You said it's more than 50, and you have to get all of them to collaborate in the same way.
Thank you for this question. So there's the way how we do, because it's a real problem, okay? How can you tackle this? And how do we do this? When you're doing business in a linear business system, it's all based on control. If you're in a circular system, you're talking about networks, okay? Because everyone needs to be part of it. And the question is, how do you do it? Can you do it all by control, like with the old system? Or do you need to maybe be more innovative and find a different kind of other model, how to implement projects? And how do we do it? We have a methodology, cradle to cradle. So, and we're not trying to force this methodology to people in the network, so the 50 companies in the supply chain. So no brainwashing. We try to explain the concept until everyone in the project can agree by his own personal values, it makes sense. Okay, if everyone agrees, it makes sense, you can basically be sure that motivation is there. But what is the issue is, if they understand it makes sense, it's very likely that 80% of the decisions they need to go and make every day in the daily business, that they will be correct. If they have some topics where they're not sure, they can contact our network. And all our projects are working this way. So it's a different kind of way how you are working together in the future. And we call this a network of trust. So you need to build the trust among all the partners, and we have projects with over 100 companies included. And you need to basically integrate them based on a concept of trust. So that's the main change. Okay? And that's really challenging. And now, how can you approach the companies, and you need to tell them you need to make innovation, okay? It's very difficult because everyone fears that you are going to lose some business. So that's why we are not going to try to change the old products, because companies don't need to fear about cannibalization. We go in there and we say, hey, we create something new for you for the future. And if these products are really good, they might be basically the products for your company for the future. And you have hopefully a very prosperous future for the company. So it's a different kind of way how to approach companies and how to approach the networks. And with every supplier, it's the same discussion.
Any other questions from the audience? Yes?
So you have said quite a lot that you don't need to redesign the old products, but instead make entirely new products. But that doesn't always work. Like, for example, with plastic cutlery, you have like a plastic knife and a plastic fork, and you can't really get rid of that. There really is a need for that stuff, and you can't just not use it. So you would have to redesign that. Don't you agree with that? And then we are again at the first question. Those alternatives to plastic cutlery are significantly worse. Like, I assume you have had experience with like a wooden knife that you couldn't cut anything with. And so you have the problem again that the ecological products are worse and in quality than the regular products. How would you deal with that?
May I? Okay, so there's, we are very technical specific now, because but we have also the social impact. Sometimes, what I wanted to mention is sometimes products, or no, I have to start somewhere else. So you mentioned it doesn't work because it doesn't work. You might be right, and if you believe in it, it's right. But there are always people coming up saying, okay, we do it different, and they do. So I think sometimes it's just, if you're really clear about the purpose of what you want to do, your excellence. We had it in the first speak in the gym. So if you see your greatness, what you're able at, that's your diamond, where you can really think about what you can achieve, what you want to achieve, and do it. Because that's different to the meaning. So business has shown that it doesn't work. That this is a really important thing, because there are chances. There are people who want to have different values of their products, but they don't have it yet. I see a demand of people which are willing to pay a little more money and are ready to experience a slightly worse service or product, but they know that they will harm the environment less, or this product will not be made by people who don't want to make that labor, but they are forced to, and there are many. And so if you, back to your first question, it's more expensive, because perhaps people who have an insurance, they made that product, so it costs more. Sometimes it's the price is also a value, hopefully. And if there's an innovation, there is often a niche to provide that to that niche. But of course, it's a long way. Every product has gone through a long way of development. The first computer built, the first Mac computer you couldn't even store it in a room. Now we have smartphones, right? But this is for every new product, for every new service, but it's always the purpose. Which purpose can I provide as you?
So I would like to take this up in regard of, when you have products and you see that they are not really, in the purpose of eco-design in place. So normally companies go and they start a transformation. So they try to make it better. But if it's not really designed the proper way from the beginning, it doesn't really get better. It gets maybe slightly better, but not really good. And therefore, our requirement is, go and ask for a radical innovation. Why is this so important to make it radical? Because you need to get rid of everything and to start from scratch. And then you have a chance that something really new can be created. Okay, that's why it needs to be radical. Otherwise, you're staying in the same dilemma. And I think that's a problem that a lot of companies are facing, especially now when legislation will come, and this will be a legal requirement by legislation. So everyone will try to basically be circular, but what I mentioned at the beginning, and this will not really lead them to the future. So the danger is there that a lot of products will be named circular or eco-design, but in fact, it's eco-chunk. Still, yes. Okay? So I just want to be clear. It needs to really be a radical change within companies. Otherwise, you're not going to make it.
That is all the time we have today. As the session is now coming to an end, I would like to thank the audience for your questions and participation, as well as all the panelists for sharing their experiences and insights into our topic. Please join me in a round of applause. I would ask that you all now begin your transition to session 3. If you do have any remaining questions for any of the panelists, feel free to make your way to the stage and be mindful of the time to get to your next session. As well as, there are some books at the exit of the room. Feel free.
Hello and welcome, everyone. I would please ask that you settle down, put your phones on silent, and put them away. The panel will begin momentarily.
Through education, you can also better yourselves in other ways. You learn how to learn, how to think critically and find solutions to unexpected challenges.
We have to show the other classes how to do it. So when we walk down the hall, people will notice us. So you can't make noise, you just have to strut. And I gave him a saying to say, I am somebody. I was somebody when I came. I'll be a better somebody when I leave. I am powerful and I am strong. I deserve the education that I get here. I have things to do, people to impress, and places to go.
Our education here doesn't just teach us facts and figures. It pushes us to engage with the world meaningfully, preparing us not only for our careers, but also to live thoughtfully and responsibly.
In just a few years, education has changed dramatically. Educators and policymakers are rethinking what and how we are learning. The International Education Commission projects that by 2035, over 60% of the current jobs that we have in the world today will require an advanced knowledge in technology and problem solving, skills that we must start developing in our classrooms today to keep up with our changing society. Meanwhile, skills like creativity and global awareness are becoming just as vital as the academic knowledge that we are consuming. As we look ahead, we have to ask ourselves two main questions. How can technology enhance rather than replace the human connections that we build within the classroom? And how can young people like us, like the young people present here today, be at the forefront of the development of our education? Hello. My name is Lucia Marello, and I'm an 11th grade student here at IZL and a proud member of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you to the Learning in the Next Decade panel. Joining me this session, I am honored to welcome two experienced professionals who have key and unique insights in school curriculum and school environments. Please welcome me in joining Ms. Jennifer Gillett, Assessment Design Lead and Senior Curriculum Manager at the International Baccalaureate IB organization. Ms. Gillett leads global projects that explore how curriculum innovation can enhance learning for the next generations of students. And Ms. Lindsay Lawrence, a proud high school principal here at IZL, also my homeroom teacher, who brings firsthand leadership experience in guiding schools through the evolving landscape of education and technology integration. Let's give our panelists a warm welcome. The first 25 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the question that I have prepared for them and discuss them openly, with the remaining time giving you, the audience, to ask any questions about the panel or any of the points brought up during the discussion. Let's begin. The first question is open to the panel. Education systems worldwide are being challenged to keep up with new technologies and cultivate to the max skills that will matter the most in the future. From your perspective, what are generally the biggest shifts we'll see in education coming in the next decade? Ms. Lawrence, would you like to start us off?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and it's tricky as well, because I'm not sure that we have full understanding at the moment of the capabilities of AI and how it's going to shift, and how quickly we might get artificial general intelligence, which will be another game changer, of course, for the world. But I think some of the key things that we're going to see is obviously how we integrate technology in terms of technology as a coach or a work alongside, so personalization, thinking about adaptive learning, thinking about how we can move away from the idea that students are progressing at the same pace, at the same speed in the classroom. And I think that we'll also be thinking about the impact of technology in terms of like the coaching capabilities as well that lots of people are using at the moment, which I'm not even going to get into whether that's good or bad at the moment, but that's just another thing. And I think that actually the other thing is less about the use of it in schools and how we support young people and teachers, obviously, to increase their AI literacy. But it's really about thinking about, there's some deeper questions, right? Who are we? Who do we want to be? What do we want the world to be? How are we going to build a future together? And I think, like, in summary, some of the questions that we have are probably some of the biggest questions that humanity's faced, because as the technology becomes more, if we do get artificial general intelligence, it's not just like another technological leap. And it's not something that humanity's faced in the same way before. So actually, ethical questions and deep questions about identity and purpose are something that education systems need to grapple with and move away from places that are just purely instrumental.
Ms. Gillett, would you like to contribute?
Sure. So I think for the IB, what we see is this thing about personalization, but also about flexibility. People want different pathways, and I think particularly at kind of 16 to 18, in the past it was a kind of one solution, whereas now some people want, even like here, you have the diploma, you have courses, you have AP, you have that mix of kind of offerings, and the ability to kind of choose your own pathway, choose your own package is really important. The other thing we're seeing is some new kind of subject areas emerging. So one of the things I'm working on, for example, at the moment is more interdisciplinary subjects that reflect how the world really is. It's not in these neat disciplines, these neat subjects. So we're working, for example, on a new data course, which brings together math and social studies together into a course all about data, ethics of data, visualization of data, me and my data footprint in the world. You know, those kinds of courses that cross those traditional boundaries. And for us at the IB, I think systems and data are two key areas where we see that and are actively working on developing some pilots at the IB for the future. So yeah, flexibility and personalization, and then some new emerging areas, particularly data and systems, would be my initial reflections on that.
That's such an important point. That you actually answered my other question, which is the IB is reimagining the curriculum. Is it reimagining its design, the subjects? So you said interdisciplinary, right?
Yeah, so my job is leading a review of our program for 2030 and what should the diploma look like for 2030 and how do we make it better? So part of that is how do we improve existing things? And then part of that is the innovation piece of are there things that we should be doing that we're not doing at all? So we've tried to split it into kind of improvements and innovations. How do we make the stuff we currently do better? And then what's missing from the program? What are the areas we should be exploring, different ways of doing things, or different things that we don't currently do? And so we're running this, a course called Systems Transformation as a pilot, for example, which is all about how do you navigate complex systemic issues like biodiversity, food, migration, water, those kind of complex issues that have lots of connections and lots of interdependencies. And how do you develop the problem-solving skills, the communication skills, all of the different skills you're going to need to navigate a really uncertain and complex problem like that?
Thank you. Ms. Lawrence, I've been wondering, considering the unique culture at IZL, what do you think is the biggest improvement or innovation you believe is necessary to create the most engaging and effective learning environment for the students?
It's hard because things don't sit in isolation, but I think that like relationships are at the heart of all schools, and I think relationships and trust sit really strongly. I think we spend a lot of time in schools thinking about programs, courses, grades, assessments, and all of those things are important, but learning's a social activity. Learning requires input and conversation, and learning requires safety. And I think that schools are communities, right? So the improvement is continuing to build community and a strong awareness of what the community is and allowing students to show up and be themselves, right? And to be able to learn in the things that are important. And there will always be parts of education that are about assessment and knowing whether or not you've understood the thing that you're learning. But I think increasingly we really need to think about some of the emotional components of learning, and not because they're soft and it's all about everyone being nice to each other, but actually because that skill is the skill the world's going to need increasingly as we move forward. And I think that, along with some of the new courses that we've heard about, is what will allow people to access those things. So when you're thinking about systems, when you're thinking about complexity, it means that you have to be able to have emotional regulation, to think about how you're responding to things, to think about how you manage frustrations, to be prepared to sit in discomfort. And actually, these are things humans are bad at. And it's something the education system hasn't really taught people, right? The idea is you get it right, you don't get it right. You're good at that subject, you're bad at that subject. You're just doing averagely. It's not helpful. We need to encourage people to think about what is the property that you can bring to a group to help solve complexity. And that comes from identity and belonging work.
Thank you. We're going to switch gears a little bit. This question is open to the panel. As we move towards more AI-supported learning, what is the most significant precaution you believe should be taken to ensure that there is a balance and ethic in the students' usage of AI in stuff like schoolwork, collaborative projects, etc.? Ms. Gillett, would you like to start us off?
Okay, so my personal background is in philosophy, and I used to be in charge of theory of knowledge and various courses like that. So I guess my answer probably reflects that a little bit. And I think it's about understanding the limitations of tools and the kind of ethical implications of tools, and also the way that bias and particular perspectives gets kind of baked into a lot of these tools and systems. So, you know, there's a sort of classic example of if you ask AI to generate a picture of a physicist, it will give you a white man in a kind of scientist coat. Whereas if you ask it to generate a primary school teacher, it will give you a sort of woman kind of smiling and things like that. And I think that's really dangerous if you're not aware of those things. But if you're aware of those perspectives, those biases, those assumptions that get baked into those tools, you can then use them critically. So for us at the IB, it's not about saying you should or you shouldn't use AI. It's about if you're going to use AI, you need to use it critically and you need to use it ethically. And that's always our stance on AI.
That's so interesting. Following up with that, the IB is known for preserving creativity, critical thinking, intercultural understanding, global awareness. It's known for that. Is it considering adding AI data-based tools for their assessment?
So we're looking at moving to on-screen exams rather than paper exams. And while that's not explicitly about AI, it opens up the opportunity for different kinds of assessments. So I would say it's not specifically around AI, but it's around technology in assessment is definitely very much on our agenda. So for example, the data course that I was talking about earlier, we're going to go to an on-screen exam, which allows you to embed spreadsheets. It allows you to build in a spreadsheet with a mistake in it, and students have to identify the mistake in the exam. So for us, that's the first step. Before we start getting into kind of AI use, the first step for us is just that kind of technology integration in a broader sense. So I think that's how the IB approaches it. AI is one technological tool, but we're looking a little bit broader at the integration of technology as a whole, not just the integration of AI.
Interesting. To connect this to our next theme, there is an increasing focus on more inclusive approaches where young people step up to co-design the future that better reflects their priorities. Ms. Lawrence, how do you see student leadership and feedback shaping how IZL will evolve over the next few years?
Yeah, I think student voice is really important, and I think that as we start to look at new courses and think about learning design and thinking about how we make changes, both to what we might want to bring in for some of the new courses that the IB is developing, but also thinking about our high school program, I think that it's really important that we have those conversations with young people. I think, though, that part of that is also about helping, like, just having open conversations about what's important about education and, like, actually challenging thinking a little bit. Some of you won't like this very much, but actually, some young people can be super conservative in terms of their design, actually, and preserving systems. And I think that that's understandable, right? Because for some of you, education really feels like a means to an end at the moment. Like, you've got very little choice about being here, you have to be here, and there's an outcome. And the outcome is, what are you going to get at the end that's going to be your access to go and do something else? So actually disrupting that feels a little bit hard and scary sometimes, right? So we have to just shift the whole conversation, I think, around, like, okay, you have to be here, but why? Like, why is that important? Why keep, because of course we know historically what the reasons were that the education system developed and what the reasons were over time. You know, initially thinking about access to religion, and then thinking about access to jobs, thinking about automation, thinking about how the education system develops. But actually the reasons for education are different now. And so I think that having engaged young people, creating things like this, which is very much like from what you want to talk about, is really important. And actually the key skill for teachers now, and in 5 years' time, and in 10 years' time, and in 50 years' time, is not their ability to stand and deliver content. It's their ability to form relationships and facilitate conversations. And I think that's what we're going to see more and more.
Can I maybe add something to that?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so for us at the IB, we think student voice is super important, but we also see it within a kind of combination of multiple voices. So like my job at the IB, I have to balance the voice of universities, the voice of teachers, the voice of current students, but also the voice of like alumni. And what I would say also is we often find students' perspectives change quite a lot between when they sort of start the diploma and versus kind of alumni. And TOK is like the theory of knowledge, like the classic example for that. In the first, everyone's like, I hate it, I don't understand it, it's vague, I don't want to do it, it's just horrible. And then what we quite often find is like in alumni surveys when they're at university, they're like, oh, we did this thing today that was so like TOK. Oh, actually TOK was super helpful. And they'll say that actually things like TOK in the extended essay is such a good example because it doesn't necessarily affect your admission to university. Universities aren't going to offer you a place at university just because you've done TOK in the extended essay. They don't really care about those 3 points. But what they do care about is the fact that you tend to do better when you're there because you have the research skills, you have the thinking skills, you have the ability to see different perspectives. So for us, we talk not only about admission to university, but also transition to university and how you kind of thrive when you get there. And I think that's the thing that's often not immediately apparent when you're in the middle of something, and that only becomes clearer a little bit later. But we are definitely trying to get more student voice in. The IB has just set up a youth advisory council to the IB as a whole, with students from a mix of students from around the world, and that's just launched a few months ago. So the IB is definitely trying to go that way, but as one of multiple perspectives that we try to bear in mind.
Yes, I agree. I think striking the balance between educational curriculums, but also making sure that the community that you're surrounded by has a say in what happens to their education, because in the end, it's the youth that comes forward. So you said the IB has a new program going on. How has that struck more of a balance between the council, the people that work at the IB, and the voices of the students that have left or are currently taking the program?
So we've got 2 things sort of going on. So we're doing this big program level review, and then within that we've got our systems transformation pilot. So the big program level review is where we're trying to talk to all these different kind of stakeholders. But within the systems transformation pilot, this systems transformation course, what we've really done is try to listen to student feedback. And so, for example, there are no exams in that course. It's all coursework based. There are 2 projects. There's a competency portfolio that they keep throughout the course, but there's also like a case study day, which is kind of really similar to the kind of activities you do in the kind of impact labs and things here. So it's a 1-day assessment experience where you engage with a case study, you do collaborative activities in the morning, you do individual activities in the afternoon. So a really different kind of assessment. And a lot of that was based on student feedback of, We don't want everything to be like 90% of it on an exam at the end of 2 years. We want stuff that's a bit more spread out, that feels a bit more authentic, that feels more real world, that feels more like the kinds of activities we do in our teaching and learning. So we're trying as a pilot that as an example of a different kind of assessment task, this one-day case study day, kind of hackathon design day type experience. So yeah, that's an example where we're listening to student feedback about assessment and trying out some different things. But it's also a really good example of some of the challenges, because when you've got collaborative assessments, do you give everyone in a group mark? Would you be happy to be getting your IB diploma influenced by the rest of your group? You know, there's all sorts of interesting questions that come up, but super interesting thing to be trying out and getting student feedback on through a pilot.
Which is great, because I know personally sometimes working collaboratively or doing the end of year exams can be really stressful, especially for students that work better in groups or in a more group environment setting on different slideshow presentations. I would feel like that's a very interesting addition to have in an organization like the IB, which is very prominent in our IZL community.
And we want to try and mix it up. So we're not saying just get rid of exams completely. We're saying, like, as well as exams, have some exams, but less exams, and then have more of these other types. So you have a more varied suite of assessments, rather than them all being duplicating the same thing lots of times.
And it also gives a lot of students the alternative as well, to have a little bit of the break from the exam setting. That's really interesting. Ms. Lawrence, we were wondering, what practices or initiatives have you seen at IZL over the years that you have been here that you think show a lot of promise for transforming the engagement of the students when they're at school?
I think I've seen a lot of changes actually in the time that I've been here, and some of them are maybe hard for some of you to have seen because like you were coming in at a different time to me. But when I started, students were in 6 lessons a day. There was no real homeroom, so you just came in, you got registered on a morning, you went lesson to lesson to lesson. There was very little time to connect. There was very little time to build relationships. It was pretty overwhelming, right? Especially for NYP students who had no breaks during the day. So actually some of the shifts that we made were about like prioritizing connection and also prioritizing time for students to like have a bit of time to take a breath in the day, right? The homeroom's deliberately a time for you to take a breath in the day and think about what you might want to do later rather than just being completely stacked during the day. I think the other changes that we've seen are we have ongoing conversations about different courses that we want to bring in. And actually here, one of the biggest things is like our greatest strength is also one of our biggest problems. So like one of our big strengths here is that when you transition from grade 10 into grade 11, we've got a lot of choice at ISL. Actually, for the size of our school, almost a crazy amount of choice, right? We offer like, I mean, at last count, it was something like 56 courses or something, which is a lot. And that's amazing because it gives you choice, it allows students to think about what might work for them. The problem with that, though, is choice can be overwhelming and paralyzing as well. So what we see is a lot of stress in grade 10 from families about like, oh my God, if I choose this, is it going to go horribly wrong? What if I get it wrong? Trying to check the entry requirements of every college and university, trying to keep all of the doors open. And that's a lot. And for teachers, it means that they are teaching like multiple different courses within a department, and actually collaboration can be really hard. So one of the things that we've been doing is thinking about in the future, how do we keep that choice? It's part of who we are, so we're not going to get rid of it. How do we allow to have that? But then how do we also think about more interdisciplinary courses that allow students to combine knowledge in different ways? How do we make learning a bit more authentic so that students can leave and actually go on to courses where they are capable of solving more difficult and complex problems? Because actually traditional qualifications, like they feel safe and good, and we're not going to get rid of them. Like it feels good to be good at calculus, right? But even if you get into engineering, you're going to do a lot of stuff that's not calculus. So it's only partially helpful. But actually what's engineering really about? Engineering is about problem solving. So like how do we help you with that? And so I think that we're actually having an initial conversation at the moment about how might we be more intentional in our curriculum design, and also not just in 11 and 12, but also thinking about within the MYP. You know, I don't have an answer to this, but there are some questions we'd love to talk about with students. You do 9 subjects at the moment. Do you need to? Is that something we need to look at? How do you decide what's compulsory and what's not compulsory, right? How do we get your voice in shaping what you're doing in the classroom? So there's a lot of things that we need to look at, and I think over the next 2 to 3 years, those are some of the things that we need to grapple with organizationally.
Yeah. Since the panel is almost coming to an end, I would like to have my final question for both of you. In a world where information and knowledge becomes very quickly outdated, how can schools, in one sentence, prepare students to see learning as a lifelong process and not something that ends with a degree? Seeing it as something that students can continue developing even after leaving IZL, whatever school they are coming from. Ms. Gillett, would you like to start?
One sentence, that's so strict, isn't it?
Really hard.
I'm going to steal someone else's sentence then. So there's an educational theorist called Jerome Bruner, and he said, learning shouldn't just take you somewhere, it should allow you to later go further more easily. And I really like that. It's like, it's not the end point. Like, your school isn't the end point. It's about setting you up to be able to later go further more easily. And I really like that as a kind of summary. Or the other one, if I steal someone else's sentence, is there's a guy from Harvard called David Perkins. And he says, we need to move away from learning about stuff all the time. He calls it aboutism. So you don't just want to be learning about stuff. You want to have knowledge that you can use, that you can apply, that you can transfer, that you can adapt. So for him, we want to move away from learning about to using it to do something and put into action. So if I had to have a sentence, I would steal one of their 2 sentences because they're much better articulated than I would have a sentence.
Ms. Lawrence?
Yeah, Lucia, that's a tough ask, one sentence. I'm probably going to steal Jenny's answer to that as well. I think we have to show young people that learning is a force of helping us learn who we want to be and helping us connect with others to build the world that we want to be, right? I agree. It's not about things. It's about what do we want to do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do believe it's one of the biggest takeaways that the audience can get from this panel. All the messages that have been brought today, the feeling that it's not always about learning something, it's about what you're doing with that knowledge. Absolutely. Well, that is all I have in terms of questions. Thank you for the panelists for their experienced views. Can we give them a big round of applause? So we are now going to take a quick 2-minute break to allow you to process all the information or points that have been brought up during the discussion, and giving you a chance to get your questions ready for our panelists. Remember, keep it brief so we can try to hear from as many people as possible. Thank you very much. All right, everyone. Let's begin with audience questions. I would like to ask, when the microphone is handed to you, please raise your hand, stand up, state your name, and what school you're coming from.
Hi, my name is Yasmin. I'm from ISL, and my question is, how do you think the role of students in shaping their own learning will change over time, will change over the next few years?
Do you want to start? Yeah, I can. I think what we can be certain about is the role that students are going to play a greater role in, they're going to have more agency in deciding how they want to do things, right? You do already. So, but I think that as technology improves, because we can do it at the moment, adaptively, you can learn adaptively, but it's still clunky, right? It's imperfect. We can't rely on it all of the time, but it will get better and better. So I think that notion of students being able to work alongside AI in order to delve into things that are important to them, to get real-time feedback, will become increasingly important. And the reason why I think that's really important is because it will shake up assessment a little bit. And I don't necessarily mean the end assessments as you go to graduate and go somewhere else, but schools are often measured in a moment in time that's frozen, right? So you're learning, and students will often say, oh yeah, well that's a formative and it doesn't count, and now we're gonna have a summative. But how many summatives are you having during the year, and what's that telling you? And how can we actually utilize that notion of ongoing feedback, which is really what formative assessment is? How can we have that ongoing feedback so that you can in real time adapt and move at your own pace? And I think that that's really important because it supports students who are in all of their neurodiversity, right? Students that need to be pushed, students that want more time spent on something. So there's lots of things I could say to that answer, but I'm just going to choose that one thing because I think that's the thing that will happen first, and I think it's the thing that you'll feel first.
Yeah. And just to add, I suppose from my perspective, I think a lot of it is choice of projects, choice of examples, choice of case studies, choice of topics for your internal assessments. So I think you'll just see more of that. Yeah. So not everybody in the same classroom working on exactly the same thing, but you're maybe looking at this particular angle. You're looking at it from a more economicsy point of view. You're looking more at the consumer journey and so people are looking on the same topic, but from different angles around a class. And then finally also, as you say, the reflection on how you're learning it, not just what you're learning. So as part of that systems course, we have this competencies portfolio where they think about things like leadership and collaboration and perspective taking and thinking skills. And then they have to think about, well, is that an example of growth? Is that an example of challenge? Was that an example of something I did really well? Was that an example where I did a speech and it went really well? Or was that an example where I tried to do something and it was badly, but what did I learn from it going badly? What did I do a project and it was a bit of a disaster, but what did I learn from that? And I think capturing that progress, as Masaris was saying, not just outcomes, is probably the biggest shift that you'll see as well. More emphasis on process and on progress, which you see a lot in art subjects, but not so much in others. I think that's the direction you'll see things go as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. I'm Roy from ISBERN. I think education is often influenced by the situation or bigger context, such as Noam Chomsky once criticized Sputnik joke for making American education much harsher than before. So I think education is mostly based on the prediction on the future. Yeah. But which is in now this context, it varies in range, because we can expect AGI to come in 5 years or 10 years, or maybe the AI industry might collapse in instance. So for those predictions, we have a certain amount of uncertainties in it. Yeah. So how should education consider those predictions and make our pathways as much secure as possible?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. That's a really interesting question. And I don't know that anyone has an answer to that question, but I can share some thoughts. I think you're right. Education is context-bound, right? And as we move through and things shift and the context shift, then education shifts as well. I don't think we know or understand enough about how the world's going to change. Humans are just really bad at looking long-term at things, right? We're not good. But I think that there's some things that we do know about the future. And I think that one of the things that we know, because we can see it now, right? We can see the impact of technology already in some aspects of our lives. We can see the impact of the internet. We can see the impact of social media. We can see the impact of the readiness of us to engage in information. We can see distrust in experts, right? We know that people are accessing a lot of their information not necessarily from reliable sources. So we can see all of these happening. And we also know that we don't know what will happen, but we know that we're on like a precipice of what's going to happen when the world changes and we get AGI and other things in terms of inequality. Are all countries going to have the same access to it? Are only some countries going to have it? We know that we've got challenges around mental health. We know that people are experiencing esteem problems. I could go on and on and on about this, but I'm going to get the eye to tell me to be quick. So what I will say is this. I think knowing all of that, what we do know is that at some point, whether it's 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, machines are going to be smarter than all of the humans that have been existed in history, right? That's going to happen. And I think that what do we also know? We know that there's some things that that's not going to be able to do. So we know that humans need communication with other humans. We know that the power of empathy, creativity, connection are important. We know that critical thinking is important, emotional literacy, to know that if you've got massive power at your fingertips to be able to do things with knowledge, knowledge is like driven by emotion. How are you going to use the knowledge is driven by emotion. So again, this is like a whole other like days conversation, but I think what we do know about the future is schools have to spend time in that space with young people, right? We're not facilities to churn out something at the end, which is you all with a piece of paper. We want to support you in doing that, but we're on a journey with you to help emotional literacy, to help you know what AI is good for and not good for. We need to help you with social skills, creativity. We need to help you suffer what it is to be frustrated, what it is to make mistakes, what it is to get it wrong, what it is to say sorry. So schools must spend more times in the things that makes us human, rather than simply an instrumental space of killing some years before you get something and go and do something else. I could say a lot more, but I won't.
I think, just to add to that, an interesting example is, I was recently reading some of the stuff about the origins of the IB. So the IB was founded in 1968, and I was reading about the origins of it. And you see that some things are totally different in our context and today, and some things are so the same. And, you know, and so it was really interesting reading about why the IB was set up. Philosophically, to try to avoid World War III, to try to develop intercultural understanding and relationships between people and a better, more peaceful world. It's like pretty applicable today. There were educational things about we want to get away from just memorizing content. We want to learn how to think critically, how to problem solve. Really relevant today. And finally, this was in 1968, there's more international mobility. Maybe someone wants to go to school in Singapore and university in the US, and they want qualifications that will allow them to move around. Really relevant today. So I think although things change, there are certain things that stay really consistent, or have done over that sort of 50-year period. And also, some of those things, you know, asking good questions, goes back to Socrates, it was like 2,000 years ago, and it's still an issue. So I think it's about, for me, being prepared to tolerate uncertainty and ambiguity and be able to react to whatever comes next is the best thing that education can do. Rather than trying to predict and prepare for that thing that it predicts, it's able to be flexible, to be able to cope with ambiguity, to be able to cope with complexity, to be able to cope with uncertainty and respond effectively. Have that toolkit with you so that whatever problem you get, you can deal with, rather than trying to predict exactly what the problem's going to be.
Time for one more question, 2 more questions.
Hi, I'm Maya from ISRL. So what's some things that school can do to make learning feel more like the real world and that can prepare students for the real world?
Well, I'll try and be quick and then pass to you. I think some of the things schools can do to try and prepare students for the real world is we've got to think about the course design and what we're offering, right? I think that, like, we are offering courses here, and not just in this school, in all schools, which are, I mean, important courses and knowledge-driven, but they're not necessarily to be applied in real-world settings. That doesn't mean they're useless. Sometimes it's important to do those things because they build other skills that can be used elsewhere. But I think increasingly looking at courses which are interdisciplinary, which are teaching students the skills they need in terms of thinking about systems, thinking about how things fit together, thinking about like how you ask a difficult question. Like schools have to start doing that, and having students be assessed in ways that it's not just an exam. Exams will still have a place, but have other forms of assessment which are much more driven to what it's like in the real world, right? Assessment doesn't stop. You're assessed all the time as an adult. You just don't get a report card in the same way. And so I think like really thinking about those courses is important, and how we allow students, it's the time, right? Like the students in here, you must feel sometimes you're just on a conveyor belt of time. We've got to get through this. I've got to teach you this so we can do this, so we can do this. And it's not your teacher's fault. They're trying to cover content in order to get you ready for something. But that doesn't give spaciousness and time, which is what you need in the real world to be able to think about really difficult things. And actually to help you understand that there is almost never a quick answer to things that are difficult. Right? And so patience and humility with those problems is something that we need to help you, well, help everybody, the adults too, right, to be able to do.
And very quickly, just to add, I think for me it's about helping people see the big picture and kind of connect the dots, because otherwise you can feel like everything you're learning is like one chunk and it doesn't connect. And the analogy, I can't remember who said it, was it would be like playing baseball. If you don't understand the big picture, then you're just standing in a field and you don't really know what's going on or what you're doing. It relates to what that person over there is doing and that person over there is doing. So if you understand that big picture, then it helps. It makes it make it feel more relevant. If you're learning about the French Revolution just for the sake of learning about the French Revolution, it doesn't feel very relevant. But if you're thinking, okay, I'm understanding causes, the concept of causes, I'm understanding that there are economic causes and political causes and social causes, then that's super relevant for any historical event that you might look at, or any future event you might look at. Then it feels more relevant. So for me, it's about that, connecting the dots and putting things in the context of the big picture, not just getting so obsessed in the detail of one thing that you lose sight of the bigger picture.
Any other questions?
Hi, my name is Sophia. I go to Curie Academy. This might be more of a question for Ms. Gillette. At least in the US, the IB program is very, very great program, but it's very rigorous for many students. So they are driven away by it and often do not realize the opportunities that the diploma offers. So I'm wondering if either the schools, how do you guys encourage schools for to encourage their students to follow that program with all the opportunities it gives?
Yeah, so that's a really tricky one, and we're coming at it from lots of different angles. So we have a project in the US, for example, that is encouraging people to do a little bit of IB to start with, to then grow into doing the whole diploma. So they're just doing our English language and literature course, but for every student in the school is doing that as their English course. And the idea is you get a bit of a taster of it, you get more confident with it, and then the school will grow its IB. Because I think what we also find is it's the students who are talking to the younger students about it who can have a big impact. And if they're having a positive experience with it, and then they tell the younger students they're having a positive experience with it, that really helps it grow. Also, things like this systems transformation project, I think, are super helpful for that in terms of giving students more choice over their other subjects. One of the things that sometimes puts people off the diploma is that it's quite strict on your subject combinations. You have to do language 1, you have to do language B, you have to do math, you have to do a science. So because it gives you a bit more flexibility, because it takes the place of 2 of those 6 subjects, so you get more flexibility, we think for a lot of students, they won't be put off because they're really worried about their ability in one particular subject, because you get a bit more choice. So we hope that that would make the diploma more accessible, because you have a little bit more choice and flexibility in subjects. So that's an example of the kinds of things that we're trying to make the diploma feel a little bit more accessible and friendly, while still maintaining its reputation and its rigor for universities.
That is all we have time for today, as this session is coming to a close. I would like to thank the audience for their insightful questions, as well as the participation of our panelists for sharing their experienced views. I would ask and encourage all the people that didn't have the chance to ask their questions to come to the stage, but to please be mindful to get to your next session on time. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
We will be starting momentarily. Please switch off your mobile devices and settle down. Thank you. No, I don't think so. Yeah, it'll be okay.
Three, two, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Science is about what is. Engineering is about what can be.
Satellites that are crisscrossing each other is like 15 times the speed of a bullet. Every once in a while, two of these things find each other in space at these very high speeds, collide and break up into very smaller pieces.
The main worries from the launches are black soot and alumina particles.
These particles can cause heating in the same way that a greenhouse gas would, and they actually have a lot greater radiative forcing effect than carbon dioxide, for example.
A solar plane has made its first flight in Switzerland ahead of an attempt to fly around the world next year.
What happens next is up to every one of us.
The aerospace sector has long been a symbol of human ambition and technological progress. From the first powered flights to missions beyond the Earth's orbit, it has reshaped how we connect, explore, and understand our world. Yet today, this same sector stands at a critical crossroad. Aviation and space activities contribute to climate change, resource depletion, and environmental degradation, raising difficult questions about how progress can continue without compromising our planet's future. As global climate targets tighten and sustainability moves from aspiration to necessity, engineers and scientists are challenged to rethink how aircrafts are powered, how space missions are designed, and how innovation can align with environmental responsibility. Hydrogen propulsion, electric flight, and sustainable space operations are no longer distant concepts. They are active areas of research and development, led increasingly by young engineers and interdisciplinary teams pushing the boundaries of what is possible. Today's discussion brings us to the heart of this transformation. We will explore how engineering, policy, and sustainability intersect with aviation and space, and what it will take to ensure the future of aerospace is not only innovative, but responsible. To guide us through these questions, I'm honored to be joined by two speakers who are shaping the next generation of sustainable aerospace solutions. Hello, my name is Zeelan. I'm a 12th grade student at ISRL and a member of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you to the panel, Our Responsibilities Flying into the Future. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome Lars Meyer and Emmanuel David, experienced professionals who are driving innovation in aerospace engineering and advancing sustainable technologies for aviation and space. Lars Meyer is a young engineer and a student leader focused on sustainable aviation. He serves as the team leader of the Celsius H2 Sling project, where he leads the development of hydrogen fuel cell aircraft concepts aimed at achieving climate-neutral flight. Emmanuel David serves as the executive director of the EPFL Space Center, and she has been leading interdisciplinary space research initiatives, promoting sustainable space technologies, and engaging with international space organizations and policymakers on space sustainability and innovation. The first 25 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I've prepared and openly discuss them, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about our responsibility flying into the future. We will now begin with our first question. Emmanuel, for those in the audience who may be unfamiliar with your work, can you give us an overview of the EPFL Space Center and its role in advancing sustainable aerospace technologies?
Yeah, thank you very much. So
EPFL is the Swiss Institute of Technology in Lausanne, and the Space Center is there to push space-related education, research, and innovation. So education, students at EPFL can specialize when they do their masters in space technologies and follow some of the classes there. And so I teach 2 classes on spacecraft design and 1 on space sustainability. But they also have the opportunity to participate in student associations. There is a EPFL rocket team, a rover team, a spacecraft team also. Asclepius, they do analog missions. And so all those associations, students can work from their first year of bachelor's on hands-on projects linked to aerospace engineering. They have access also to prototyping facilities where they can build everything. And I think some of the associations, they also have projects where high school students can also be involved. So if it's something you're interested, you can also look at it and maybe have a small team within your high school to participate. So that will be the education part. But then we also work with the laboratories to apply the research on space. So like materials research, how to build like materials for space, materials that are more sustainable, but also telecommunications solutions and all things like this. And innovation, we work a lot also with the companies, the industry that are building spacecraft, developing spacecraft here in Switzerland, but also in Europe, and also to have this exchange and those opportunities, because there's a lot of jobs that are coming in the sector, and in Switzerland, in Europe, and worldwide, and it's very important also to have this link.
Thank you. Switching perspective from a student perspective, Lars, you lead the H2 Sling project focused on hydrogen-powered aircrafts. In simple terms, can you explain how the hydrogen fuel cells work in an aircraft, and what motivated your team to choose hydrogen for this project?
Sure. Thanks, first of all, for having me. And maybe I'm a student at ETH Zurich. I studied mechanical engineering, and part of mechanical engineering, you have the possibility to apply to projects. This is racing cars, rockets, and our project is called Celsius. We've been founded in 2020. Then we had 2 years where we developed the first electric aircraft built by students worldwide. And then during the development, it kind of crystallized that electric aviation has the same advantages and disadvantages as an electric car. So heavy batteries, which is not great for a plane. You got long charging hours, which is not great for a plane either. And you got short flight times, which is not great for a plane either. So we started to think, how can we kind of solve those 3 issues by sticking to all carbon neutral flight? And then we decided to go with hydrogen. And the hydrogen, you have like 2 possible ways. You can burn it in a turbine or in rocket engines, for example. Or you go to the way with the fuel cell, and the fuel cell is basically just like a big reaction chamber. We have on the one side air, and on the other side you have hydrogen, and then you produce water and electricity, and no emissions at all, besides water vapor. And then you use this electricity later to power an electric motor.
For both of you, aerospace engineering faces a dual challenge of innovation and environmental impact. From your perspective, what are the main technological or regulatory barriers to achieving truly sustainable air travel? Emmanuel, would you like to begin?
Yeah, so I can give my view on space technology. So space, as you can imagine, we think it's far away, and space is infinite. However, we use some specific orbits. So like highways, because of the law of physics, maybe some of you have majors in physics or follow this, so it means you rotate around the Earth, and then you can only stay in this orbit. So that's very important, because you have type of highways, I would say, and areas where all the objects are at the same place, more or less. And the other challenge is they go very fast. So an object in a low Earth orbit, so it means between 600 and 800 kilometer altitude, will rotate at a speed around 9 kilometers per second. So they go also very fast, which means that until, I would say, the early 2000s, there were not so many objects, but the traffic is increasing a lot. Does anyone has heard about Starlink? Raise your hand if you know about Starlink. Yeah, so it's a lot of people here. So it's one of the satellite constellation that has been developed by Elon Musk, who's also an entrepreneur who created also SpaceX. And you have thousands of satellites that provide also internet. One of the big challenge here also is that on one hand it's a great solution because it's bring internet to everyone over the world. So it's bring accessibility to infrastructure, to connectivity. So here we're really lucky, we have signal everywhere, but some people like in remote areas or in some countries, they don't have this access. So that's great and it's good for sustainability, but on the other hand, it's also create another problem that you have a lot of objects, thousands of them that create also issues, and that's one of the big challenge, and we call it the sustainability paradox.
Yeah, for aircrafts is kind of both, I'd say. Like on the technical perspective, it's doable. I mean, the Apollo mission, like to the moon, they used a hydrogen fuel cell already, so the technical things are mainly there, but it's one of a kind. I mean, we built the aircraft, it is fully functional by now, but having this setup, like prototype there, to all the way into finished airliner is like a completely different story. And for this, you need mainly money. And money comes as soon as you have like an economic interest in it. And the big problem is there are no rules for hydrogen aviation yet. So also for us, it was a big challenge. How are we going to design the whole system? And how are we making sure that we are allowed to fly afterwards, because there are no rules. It is great on the one hand side because there are no rules and you can do what you want to do. On the other hand side, it's a problem because you're not sure what you're doing is going to be certified afterwards. And this is also one of the major issues, in my opinion, that like big companies like Airbus, etc., kind of are facing right now, because they are not going to put billions on the development if they're not 100% sure if they're going to be certified afterwards. And I think this is kind of the biggest issue we have right now. On the technical side, it is, don't get me wrong, there are like a bajillion problems, but all kind of doable and solvable at some point if the money is there, and this is kind of lacking at the moment, I'd say.
Yeah. I think that's very relatable for our audience, as we are all students and we have our own projects. It may seem for us students that we do not have the technical skills to do things like you're doing. Could you give some insight into how you're able to gain these technical skills?
Okay, yeah, so it's true you're high school students, so most of you might go to university after, so I think the choice can be broad. So what I see also is like for space engineering, you can go to specialized universities, but at the end also when you build a spacecraft, you need also people that are specialized in structures, in data, in coding, or how to code with AI, and all those type of applications. So on the technical aspect, like whatever path you choose, you can always then apply it to space. So there I would not be too stressed about it. I think what is important is the experience you can get, the hands-on experience. So to engage in a student association, this is great. There are courses, the internships you can do. But also I want to emphasize that you don't need to be a space geek first, and you don't need to be too technical, because there are jobs for all type of people. So you mentioned in the question regulations, so it's space is very international, so you need people that do international relations. We need people to talk about space, so communications, marketing. You need people also, you have big companies, so you need people to manage them. It's big projects, so it's a lot of money, so finance also is important. So, I mean, whatever is the path you want to take and what really makes you like thrive is something that you could then at some point relate to space. And so this is very important, I would say, in gaining the knowledge. And it's not all about technical, and it's not all about rocket science.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I applied for the project after my 4th semester at ETH. And in the first 4 semesters of ETH, you basically learn math and how to solve integrals by hand. And spoiler alert, you never do this again in your life. But then I applied to this project, and then the first day at the project, you have like a clean sheet, and they like build a hydrogen plane, and you're like, tough question. And then, I mean, this was the time before ChatGPT, so you're not even able to ask ChatGPT. You're not able to ask like a lot of, like, there are not a lot of websites. You actually have to go to a library and get a book. And then I started designing the thermal system, then get into the cold controls and coding, and then did also mechanical stress in my second year, then manufacturing and all the rule setting and safety systems. So I did like a lot of things, and every time I started, I had no idea. And the only thing that really matters also for us if you select new students is that you're willing or eager to learn something new. And that's the thing. And there's like a bajillion tasks you can do, and you can say, I haven't done the education, I haven't done physics in my master's, I haven't done whatever. Just go there and try your best. And that's the thing that really worked for me the best, and also for all of our students at Celsius. I mean, we have mechanical engineers, and they're designing printed circuit boards, and I wrote like 10,000 lines of code and had like Informatics 1. And this is like not comparable. And then you learn it, you watch YouTube tutorials, you ask your professor, your PhD who is supervising you, and this works in the end pretty well.
I think it's really inspiring that you came from, like you said, a blank page to now a fully working hydrogen-powered plane. Could you perhaps project into the future? How many years are we expecting until we can see these hydrogen fuel cells in commercial aviation?
Difficult question. So I hope we see our plane fly in the next 3-4 months when the weather is better, because officially we're not waterproof, so we're not flying as soon as it's a little bit cloudy, etc. There we're coming to all the rules. And then the big question is commercial. I think 2040, maybe the first prototypes in 2050, around this area. So still a lot of work for you guys to do if you finish your education, so don't worry that you're missing out on this opportunity. But I think maybe 2050 or even later, because like aviation sector is the safest sector if you just look at how many incidents per person per kilometer traveled. And this comes due to the fact that you have like a very strict rule book. And this comes to the fact that you have like a very intense engineering and testing phase. And this costs just a lot of time.
Going back, Emmanuel, to you mentioned satellites. There's an increasing discussion about how space debris and sustainability in orbital operations. How does EPFL Space Center address these responsibilities?
Yeah, so EPFL is Swiss Institute of Technology, so we're here really to develop technologies. So one of the big examples is like to remove space debris, and actually there was a creation of a company called Clear Space, which is based near Lausanne in Renan. And their goal is they develop a spacecraft with 4 robotic arms that can go and grab an object to make it re-enter. So you need to imagine also is as if today when we go into space, you go, if you want to go somewhere, you go on the highway, and once you arrive to your destination, you leave your car on the highway, and then everything is very crowded. And so you need to have those tug cars to remove them, and this is one of the concepts, and actually Clear Space is one of the few companies worldwide that has such a concept and are aiming to fly in the next few years. So that is one example of technologies that we are developing. Another one, which is very interesting, is that you can see a lot of objects. I think who has already seen a satellite flying at night? Yeah, a lot, exactly. What is very interesting there is that when I was a child, you could not see the satellites, but now it's normal. And someone even told me the story, actually, when my grandmother was a child, when she could not see planes in the sky. And now for us, we cannot imagine not seeing planes. So this will come more and more. And there is a team of researchers, actually from astronomers, because they have telescopes that look at the sky and the images. And then they are developing algorithm to track those satellite tracks and to link it to a database where you know where are the other objects. And so in that way you can also track. And so if you track, you know where are the objects, and you can also enhance the space traffic. And this is using a lot of artificial intelligence, some coding, but it's, I would say, very interesting and very complex thematics, and that also combine computer science, astrophysics, so that's very interdisciplinary as well. So those are 2 examples of technologies that we're working on.
I think in both of your projects, there's a lot of collaboration needed. For both of you, so collaboration is critical in aerospace innovation. How do interdisciplinary teams at both Celsius and EPFL Space Center work together to ensure that sustainability remains central to the engineering project?
For us, it is quite hard to work with other teams together because there are not really other student teams doing it. There's one team in Delft, but I mean, obviously I have to say we are better, but we are the world's first hydrogen plane, so I'd say we have like a little bit of advantage. But besides this, there are like 3 or 4 companies in the world developing it, and it's like very gatekeeping their achievements and ways to kind of fix problems. So it's hard for us to get like knowledge from them. One point. The other point is like a lot of people are like, well, if Airbus isn't building hydrogen-powered planes, so you won't do it as well, like you're not capable of doing it. So it's also very tough for us to prove to the world that we are actually kind of students. I mean, we are like 20 years old, but still we are capable of doing it. And this is the one thing that I kind of miss. We have the big chance that Pilatus Aircraft, like they're building private jets, maybe you've heard of them. We work very close with them in terms of everything which is like an aircraft. So how you're building a new, like we have to build a new engine mount, how you're building this. They manufactured it for us because you need like a certified welder, you need like a test bench which is certified as well. We're coming out to the rules again. So we are kind of happy that the classical aviation industry is interested in how we're doing it, and they're helping us in the classical aircraft design phase. But on the new hydrogen phase, it's very, very hard for us to find people who are willing to work with us.
Yeah. So how we do interdisciplinary projects? So I would say interdisciplinary is key because in a spacecraft you need you have all the subsystem, and you have someone who's developed the propulsion system, the power system, so it's a lot of competency. So I would say on that, you always have a person in the team called a system engineer that is there to coordinate all those people. So that's very important. And another aspect of interdisciplinarity where I work a lot on is also the dialogue between different type of communities, like people who are building spacecraft, people that then are developing the rules for the spacecraft, so they understand each other, so they understand where is the technology going and what are the rules that you do, so you're sure the technology can continue to grow. And maybe you've seen also that this is a lot going on with AI, that you need to put regulations or around social media also to protect the users, and this is also the same with space technology. Another aspect, I want to build on is like interdisciplinary, but it's also very international. And I think here you guys, you know well how to work with different people from different cultural background. In Europe, it's very rich because we have the European Space Agency, which has like over 25 member states, and that builds some of the big projects. And there it brings some complexity because you really need to bring all the countries together and with their background and their language and their culture and their way of working. But it's also very enriching because you can see a lot of different ways of doing this. And this is also very important. And last but not least, also very broad diversity, also the type of people. So sometimes, you see the movie from the American astronauts and those programs where there were only white males doing the thing. So this, I would say, this cliche is not true at all. Nowadays, the team are very diverse. You have a lot of type of people working on this. And you see it also now, in Europe, but also in the US when you see some videos. So that's also very important. So that brings also this interdisciplinary and variety and innovation, which is very important.
Yeah, I think that gives us a good idea of, I guess, what you guys can be and a part of these projects. There's always a space, I guess, for any of you.
Yeah.
But I guess more specifically, for these students, these young engineers, what is their role, or what role can they play in driving sustainable aerospace technologies?
Yeah, so if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so they can, I would say, break the rules because there are a lot of rules. But what I've seen at EPFL is we have those student associations, and there is even an association, students from the Gruyère area. They created the Gruyère Space Program, and they were able to build from scratch their own engine, really engine, and to make a reusable spacecraft that went up to 100 meters and came back. A bit the same technologies that SpaceX has, but they were the first to do it in Europe, and they were students, and they started in their first year of bachelor, and they're working, and found the field, and did it, and they tried it, and these are really the drives you need to do, and they did it because they learned, I would say, the theory, but they did not maybe knew what are the rules, but they did it much faster and very efficient, and now they created their company just after the diploma, and it's been 2 years, and there are already like 30, 40 people working in the company, which is really impressive. I could not do this myself. So it means there is here also this entrepreneurial mindset. You can still like learn and by doing, and you don't need to have like a PhD in rocket science to do those things. So that's really important.
Yeah, I think simply try and error. I mean, for us, it is, we started, we had a clean sheet design, and we designed the system, we had it running, and after we had our prototype like more or less ready, and we bought all the components for like a huge amount of money, we then kind of thought about how we're going to certify it, which is maybe not the best idea in case you really want to do it, because you can run into major issues. But thinking outside of the box really was crucial for us in order to work way faster than the traditional aerospace industry, and also use things which have never been used before. I mean, we're using electric pumps from a truck, which is like, nobody ever is going to do this in aerospace, because it's way too heavy. We're doing so many random things, like a lot of things bought from eBay, tested, and then just like put in there, and it worked pretty well.
Yep.
And you just have to start and try, and not even only in the aerospace. I mean, there are like so many student initiatives, like Formula Student, probably the biggest engineering contest worldwide, where you build like Formula E for students. Try like this, rocket engines. You have World Solar Challenge, where you have the car which is only powered by solar power, driving through the outback in Australia, for example. It's also all students from all around the world. Just go out there and try something new. I think this is like the biggest message I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very important message for you guys to take away. That is all I have in terms of questions. So we are now going to take a 2-minute break for you to process all of this information. We will now begin with questions from the audience. I would ask that you please stand up, state your name and school, followed by your brief question.
My name is Maximilian Christoph Schirmer, and I'm a student at ISDL. And my question is, how do you get the hydrogen that you use in your planes? Because to my understanding, you need to synthesize it somehow, and that use a lot of electricity, and if you're using, I guess, fossil fuels to get the electricity to make the hydrogen, it's not going to be carbon neutral, to my understanding. So are you using solar energy, or how are you able to synthesize the hydrogen, and what economical, I guess, struggles come with that? Is it more efficient?
Very good question. For us, storing hydrogen, you have two possibilities. You can go gaseous or liquid. Liquid is around minus 250 degrees Celsius, so we decided not to do it because it comes like with a lot of challenges. And we went the way with high pressure storage. We store our hydrogen around 700 bars, which is also the automotive standard. So we have a system where we can detach our tanks. Like our tanks are underneath the wings. We can detach them, drive to a hydrogen car refueling station, and then refuel there. And it's in Rümlang, which is part of the Avia Osterwald group, and they're using 100% green hydrogen. So actually our plane is green. But it's true in the development, if you order like hydrogen bottles from Linden or whatever, it's all gray hydrogen, so produced by steam reformation using carbon-based ingredients, kind of. And this is one of the major issues, because the electricity you're needing is around, like the efficiency is around 50%. So if you invest whatever, like 5 megawatt hours into refining hydrogen from water, then you get like electricity of around 2.5 megawatts out. And then those 2.5 megawatts in a fuel cell with an efficiency of around 50% is 1.25 megawatts in the end. So it's like not very good. And since we are all having an energy problem, it is a very difficult question which energy you're going to take for this. I mean, you can take X energy during the day with all the PV production, but in the end, will it make like enough hydrogen for like a big fleet of aircrafts for like big airline like Swiss? Nobody knows. But for us, it works pretty well because we simply use the car infrastructure and don't have to worry about this, luckily.
That's cool.
Hi, I'm Sam. I'm from the International School of Luxembourg. So given that aerospace is still relatively lightly regulated compared to other industries, how could international sustainability standards realistically be created and enforced? And then also, how might we make sure that these standards are environmentally sustainable, but also economically sustainable, such that monopolies, unregulated monopolies aren't created and it becomes inefficient?
That's a very good question. So I can talk about the space industry. So internationally, there is 2 places where you can have type of regulations for space. So first is at the UN, and you have the Committee for the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. And between the 60s and 70s, few treaties were signed, and treaties are called as a hard law, meaning that a country that signed a treaty has to comply by the rules of the treaty. And but then with the time, it's also sometimes there were more and more people like involved in the discussions on space topics. And now in the Committee of the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, I think you have around 100 countries. But they came out in the last decade with the long-term sustainability guidelines, which are like principles and standards for how to operate more sustainable missions. And that country that signed those guidelines, they will do their best effort to implement them either in the national regulations or when they develop also such missions, and that gives also first standards. And now all those countries are working together on how to implement those guidelines. So that's one part. And the second part of the question, which was a very good question, is how we ensure that we can be environmentally sustainable, but also it's still like don't hinder the economy. And I think there we are really at a way. So we have an economy which is based on growth, and we need to build more and to sell more again. And then there are some thinkers, they want to go towards an economy which is more circular. And this we can also apply it to space technologies, but you need to think also differently. But I think it's a big shift that like the whole society and all humanity needs to make, because you have some limits. We are still going to space, but we use resources on Earth to build the satellites. The materials are on Earth, the propellant are on Earth. Then we go to space, so we need to work within those limits and be mindful of that. But I would say that one aspect is to lead by example, and at the end also, if you don't comply to the sustainability principles, you will not be able to operate in space, and then your business is also dead. So some people, you can talk about safety also, or resilience, and this might be more like in line with like for economic drivers. So I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, and in the aviation industry is, I don't know, honest answer. I mean, the problem is you have like two big authorities for the technical things. It's the FAA in the US and the EASA in Europe. And then as soon as one of those two big authorities sign off like a new aircraft, for example, the Boeing 777X, which is about to get certified, normally all other authorities just check the box. So this is how it works in a technical perspective, and the Europeans are kind of eager to develop something in terms of hydrogen, and the Americans are not caring too much, let's put it this way. And then also on the economic side is, I think the European Union wants to enforce, starting at 2030, 2035, something around this, if you refuel an aircraft within Europe, you have to fuel X% of sustainable aviation fuel, which is more expensive. And fuel is one of the biggest kind of cost factors in terms of commercial aviation. The problem is big markets like the US or like basically everywhere else, nobody cares that much about it. And this comes with a huge disadvantage for the European airlines, for example, Lufthansa, etc., which operate globally. So this is going to be a very interesting fact, especially they are operating at, like Lufthansa, about 1% profit margin on a flight, which is like nothing. And then if you think about that, they, even though they have a very low profit margin, they have to fuel on top of that the little bit of renewable energy, like CO2 neutral fuels. It's going to be very difficult to put this in a fair economic view for all of the world.
Yeah. In the front. There are questions in the front. There.
If hydrogen doesn't scale as hoped, what other pathways for sustainable aviation, like synthetic or bio-based fuels, are being considered or seem attainable?
That's for you.
Interesting question. The problem is, to be honest, is aviation the industry which has to change first? I mean, just based on like a global emission perspective, aviation industry causes 2.5% of the global CO2 emissions, which is not that much. Of course, you emit on a higher altitude, so it's more severe. So it it causes like around 4% of the overall damage. And beside hydrogen, you, in my opinion, don't really have any non-carbon alternative. You have the sustainable aviation fuel, but in the end, it is sustainable because the emissions were calculated somewhere else. But you still emit the carbon-based emissions in the air. For like short and medium-term flights, for example, if you're flying from here to Italy, vacation, whatever, I think hydrogen can be an alternative. For long-haul flights, I think it's not going to be within 2050 or earlier than 2050, and all the big airlines are already investing heavily into CO2 capture, so that the amount of CO2 that they emit going to pull back from the air. For example, Climeworks is a big Swiss startup, I don't know if you've heard of it, and I think this is, to be honest, the more likely way of getting the CO2 emissions out of the aviation industry.
So I'm Matthew from Institut Florimont in Geneva. My question was for Mr. Meyer. So to my understanding, the hydrogen fuel cell is a redox reaction, so it leads to the production of water vapor, as you correctly said. And water vapor is still a greenhouse gas, so do you just reject it in the atmosphere again, or what do you do with it?
Yes, the water generated is an interesting question, because you need the water to condensate in order to humidify the membrane, so which connects both of the reaction chambers. So you have it as you want to liquefy it. And then what we're emitting right now is just like hot water vapor, which is still emitted, and also condensated water. But this is about it. And also kind of excess hydrogen, which is also 5 times severe than CO2 emissions. Nobody talks about this, but you still have some excess hydrogen going out in the exhaust, which is more severe than CO2, to be totally honest here.
My name is Roisa. I'm from the International School of Zug and Luzern. And my question to Mr. Meyer is, in the commercial aviation industry, we are currently facing supply shortages and a lot of supply delays. And do you feel like it is more optimal for manufacturers to look towards optimizing their future aircraft towards SAFs, or towards building newer projects which use 100% hydrogen or 100% electric like models?
Why not both? I mean, looking at the big companies like Airbus, they have full order books for until 2050. So if they have the economic like sureness, or like they're safe for the next couple of years, definitely developing in terms to SAF, like sustainable aviation fuels in the short term, because hydrogen won't be ready within the next 15 years. Long term, I think it is interesting. I mean, you got a Zero E project from Airbus, which is developing it. MTU, they are building jet engines, for example, for the Eurofighter. They also have like a big flying fuel cell program. Then you got some companies doing it. And I think it's, yeah, you have to do both. Same as, for example, for a car company. They, in my opinion, have to do both, electric cars and also normal combustion, because you can kind of use both technologies. I mean, just look about hybrid systems. So if you develop combustion and electric, you also profit from putting them together in one system.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Andrew. My question is for Emmanuel. Can you explain to us how many, satellites are in space, and are we talking about like thousands, and do they get recycled, or do they burn, like does a normal satellite burn up as it comes back into the atmosphere?
That's a good question. Thank you. Yeah. So actually I was looking the last numbers that we have from the European Space Agency, that you have currently over 12,000 active satellites. And this figure is interesting because like 5 years ago you had 3,000 or 4,000 as active satellites. So most of the satellites, the 8,000, 9,000 are from the Starlink constellation, but other large constellations also. So the satellites, either at the end of their mission, they stay in space, but otherwise they can be in when they are in some of those protected areas or regulated areas, such as low Earth orbit that I was mentioning, up to 2,000 kilometers altitude. They need to comply to a rule to deorbit within like 5 to 25 years, let's say. And so then deorbiting them means to make them burn in the atmosphere to re-enter. So either you burn totally in the atmosphere, or you can re-enter and then you touch the ground. So today the preferred option is when they burn in the upper layer of the atmosphere. But you have, I was looking actually this morning, like since we are now 15th of June and of January, sorry. And almost every day you have an object that re-enters. A lot of the time is a Starlink satellite. And all those elements, they burn and they stay in the upper layer of the atmosphere, and they can have an impact on the climate. We don't know yet which impact, but it could be good, it could be bad. But then it's a lot of particles also that are in the atmosphere and can also endanger the ozone layer. So this is a risk also. So of the objects that re-enter, and then the other. Otherwise, there are also the possibility to do a direct re-entry. So it means you do you do a last burn, so you know exactly where your spacecraft should enter, and usually we aim to just re-enter in the atmosphere, in the ocean, but then we all know it's not so good to put all those things in the ocean. So it's a big issue actually, and that's why you have projects that want also to reuse, to recycle, to also make the life of those objects also longer, to refurbish them, to repair them in space, such as when you have a computer and you don't use it anymore, you can still change your hard drive. Maybe you can rechange the battery and someone else use it. And that's what we need to do also in space, that you can reuse an old satellite. And actually people are doing this. They sell the satellite to another person that can also then use it and for their purposes, but not so much yet. And I think there's a lot of progress to be done in that aspect. Yeah, in the front there is the young lady.
So my name is Nadia, and I'm a student at the International School of Zug and Lucerne. So if having sustainable aerospace takes a lot of funding and can affect the economy, can we make it so that taxes can fund sustainability? Or like, if it has already happened, like which areas is it, you know?
Yeah. And actually you're totally right. And it's already the fact that taxes, they fund it. I would say all the research that is done is funded mostly by public entities. So you have I mentioned the European Space Agency, where each government, they put the money in it, and it's taxpayers' money. And they say that the equivalent of the European Space Agency budget is the equivalent of like 10 to 15 euros per citizen. So it's like one cinema ticket, or like one cheap movie ticket. And the European Union also, they invest also billion, and this is also from taxpayers' money. And it's true that without this money, it will not happen, and it's definitely not the private sector that are investing in sustainability today.
Unfortunately, this is all the time we have today, as this session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank the audience for your questions and participation, as well as the panelists for sharing their experiences and insights into our very important topic. Please join me in giving the panelists a round of applause. I would ask that you now begin your transition to session 5. If you have any further questions for the panelists, you may make your way up to the stage, but be mindful of the time. Thank you and have a great day.
and welcome to the panel. We will begin momentarily, so I would ask if you could switch off your phone and all take a seat.
I say put mental health first, because if you don't, then you're not going to enjoy your sport and you're not going to succeed as much as you want to. So it's okay sometimes to even sit out the big competitions.
If you need help, ask for help. I asked my coach and he helped me a lot. If I didn't talk about my depression, maybe I wasn't doing judo today.
Weren't allowed or weren't supposed to show a weakness or something like that ever, because of being an athlete. You're supposed to be strong and be able to push through anything. So
in the last couple of years, the sports world has been transforming, healing in a way from something that was once seen as a taboo. World-class athletes like Simone Biles, Naomi Osaka, and Michael Phelps have all publicly prioritized their mental well-being and addressed their mental health struggles. Their efforts ignited and paved the way for the global conversation around mental health in sport that has long been avoided. Following in their footsteps, athletes began to speak up, and according to recent studies, 34% of professional athletes all over the world have reported symptoms of anxiety and depression. And up to 44% of NCAA, or the Pro League of College Sports in the USA, have reported struggling with mental health challenges on a daily basis. This challenge extends beyond elite sports into youth athletics, where 1 in 3 adolescents will experience an anxiety disorder, often intensified by the competitive pressures. These figures don't reflect a sudden increase in mental health struggles among athletes, but rather a long overdue shift towards openness and acknowledgement. For many years, mental health was stigmatized within sport and was perceived as a weakness and therefore overlooked or silenced. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. I'm Yasmin Pantanovic, and I'm an 11th grade student here at ISDL and a proud member of the YFS series team. I'm also an elite pole vaulter and a dedicated athlete who has been involved in competitive sports for most of my life. Through my experience in high-performance sport, I have seen up close how physical performance and mental health are connected, and how important it is to talk openly about the struggles athletes face, both on and off the field. I'd like to welcome you to my panel, Mind Over Medal, Mental Health in Sports. To explore this topic and its implications on the future of sport, I'm pleased to introduce our panel. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome 3 experienced professionals who come from the fields of elite sports and education. Please give a warm welcome to Hannah Luber, a former Division I collegiate runner from the University of Iowa, where she earned her Bachelor of Science and Bachelor of Science in Secondary Science Education. Hannah is also a dedicated educator and coach here at ISDL, coaching various AP courses, and is also the head coach of the cross-country team. Next, I would like to welcome Julio Puente, a runner and a skateboarder, placing at many prestigious competitions, and also a former Division I soccer player at the University of Texas at Austin. Apart from his sporting career, he has a Master of Education in Educational Leadership and coached cross-country, track and field, and tennis athletes in Costa Rica. And lastly, he's currently teaching AP Psychology and IB Economics here at ISADL, bringing a focused approach on mental health, grit, and positive psychology into both the academic and athletic fields. We're also honored to have Lilach Pantanovic here with us today. She has competed in judo for over 10 years and in the European Cup Tour for over 3. Along the way, she earned the black belt and placed third in the Israeli national championships in her weight category and was ranked top 60 in the world. Beyond sport, not only is she my own older sister, but she's an elite student athlete and volleyball coach here in the class of 2026 at ISADL. Now that we have met our wonderful panel, I'd like to explain how our session will run. The first 25 minutes of the session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I have prepared for them and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about the topic. So, let's begin. As we know, mental well-being is a significant part of sports and closely tied to performance. So to open up the panel, I would like to ask everyone for a quick one-sentence response regarding your opinion in mental health in sport. Starting with you, Hannah. What is one common misconception about mental health in sport?
That we should picture our competitors or rivals as our enemies.
Thank you for your response. What about you, Julio? What do you think?
I'm gonna go here and quote Coleman Roberts, which was the first sports psychologist almost 100 years ago for the Chicago Cubs. He says that any competitor who steps into the competitive field is a combination of the body and the mind, and I think that that's something that in the drive of winning we forget.
Thank you very much. What about you, Lilach?
I think that one is that athletes who are very tough physically and strong are also the equal amount of mentally tough, have the same amount of mental toughness. Yeah.
Thank you all very much for your responses. Now I will segue into our first topic of the day, which is performance pressure and anxiety. Pressure and anxiety are often viewed as barriers to performance. Yet, under competitive conditions, they can also be harnessed to support performance. I'm curious to hear from your perspective, Julio. From a more psychological approach, is there a way for athletes to reinterpret pressure or anxiety in a way that supports performance rather than undermines it?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, if I want you all to walk out with one thing today is something called cognitive reforming or cognitive reframing, which is the basic of CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy. And that is that anxiety and excitement physiologically are the same thing. So what I mean by this is that when somebody is anxious or when someone is excited, your body reacts the same way. You have an adrenaline rush coming from your adrenal glands, your blood is rushing through your body, your heart is palpitating faster, your lungs are breathing faster. So anatomically, physiologically, it is exactly the same response. So what actually changes and hinders our ability to perform is not the sensations that our body feel, but how we interpret those sensations. And so here we have a constant battle between sensation and perception. If you perceive that as something is gonna go wrong, then that particular body reaction is gonna hinder your performance. But if we perceive that as my body is getting ready to perform, then that is going to enable you to perform a lot better, because in sports, we do need that rush of blood flowing through our muscles. We do need our lungs to go ahead and have max capacity. All of these things allow us to perform better. And so you have to reimagine or rethink about what this feeling feels like and change from anxiety to excitement. And then the other thing that I think I want you to walk away from is pressure is not bad. If you've ever felt pressure, whether you're taking a test or you're going to be in a competition, what it means psychologically is that you care about the performance and you care about the outcome. Think about anything you do in life and you don't feel pressure for it. That is because you do not necessarily have a lot of weight on what the results are going to be or on how you're going to perform. And so think about this pressure as predominantly a way to get you ready to what's going to come. And I think that if we change the way we see both stress, going into excitement, and pressure, I care about what's going to happen, then your performance is going to be enhanced.
Thank you very much for your response. I think this is a great strategy for you, the audience, to also take not only to sport, but into your everyday life, reframing pressure as excitement and something you're looking forward to do, and understanding the pressure is a privilege and it's working with you and not against you. And speaking of everyday life, I'm sure there are many members here with us in the audience that are looking to pursue academic rigor while competing in the highest athletic level. Hannah and Lilach, you have or are currently balancing some serious academic responsibilities with an intense athletic schedule. How has this balancing act impacted your mental health, and at what cost? Do you ever feel the need to sacrifice rest, social time, and overall well-being to just keep up in both areas? Can you start us off, Lilach?
Yeah, so for me as a grade 12 student right now, it's very, very stressful. So throughout the last 3-4 years, I've had constant pressure of exams, deadlines, and at the same time competitions, trainings, and for me, weight cuts, which can be mentally draining and exhausting. And I think that it's hard to say that you can get used to it because there's no such thing. There's rarely truly a break that you can really catch. Even, let's say I'm sitting down and I'm studying, it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm recovering from my trainings or my journeys at the same time. And like an example, many of my teachers and my friends know when I lose weight, my mood changes, my ability to learn goes down, and that affects my academics in a way where the whole week my academics are affected. And not only that I have the stress of the competition and the stress of performing, I also have to then worry about the school I've missed and the exam that I have the next Monday. And so yeah, that's very stressful and hard to manage. And through this time, I've also had to sacrifice many things, rest and sleep with as well. But a big thing is the normal teenage life, like hanging out with your friends on a weekend or going out, which for me, I would have to prioritize that time for studying, for recovering, for going to another country and competing, which can also affect how you are mentally. But I also think at the same time, it has taught me how to manage my time better and how to be disciplined and perform like under a lot of pressure from academic side and sports side.
Thank you very much. Hannah, would you like to take it from here?
Yeah, like when I think back to when I was a high school athlete competing at a national level back in the US, the end of cross-country season, for example, when we were training for sectionals, then states, and regionals, and then nationals, it definitely like took a toll on my brain and, you know, not just my brain, but my body. And I was consciously choosing to prioritize sport over academics. And that would result in my grades would falter around there. And when I was younger, I didn't have the perspective I have now, and I really thought I could do both at the same time perfectly. And that was really frustrating to me that I couldn't. I could run really well and win, and then my calc score was not winning. And now that I'm older and more mature as an adult athlete, it's easier for me to understand that like something's gotta give, but that thing that you give on a little bit is gonna come back later. So I like the idea of seasons and eras, and when I was training for my marathon back in Brazil, you know, my teaching in some ways took a side seat, not a back seat, but to the side. And I understood that those few months during peak training, I wasn't gonna be the best teacher I could be, but I was gonna be the best marathoner I could be. And it was nice because I could kind of bring my students into it and they understood what was going on. Lilach, when you were saying like people know when you're about to do, you know, weight cuts and they're gonna expect a different behavior out of you. I had the support of my students and staff, so they knew what to expect and I could move through that, that balancing act with support.
Yeah. To follow up, obviously balancing school and sports can be not only mentally but also physically exhausting. So again, I would like to ask Lilach and Hannah, How do you distinguish between working hard to succeed, whether it's in sport or in school, and working yourself towards a breaking point and burnout? Lilach, would you like to start off again?
Yeah, so it's quite hard to distinguish because many coaches, my coaches as well in the sport, you have to be very tough. So if something hurts or if you're tired, like, it's not an excuse. But at some point, and yes, to succeed, you have to push yourself to your limits, but at some point, those limits can affect you long-term, mentally or physically. It can lead to, if you push yourself too much, it can lead to injuries, like, that affect you long-term. So you really have to be aware that, yes, push yourself to your limits, but also, like, distinguish when it's getting, like, I can't take this anymore, I am gonna get injured, or I am not gonna come back up from this. It's gonna take me a while. So for me, it's like when I start to notice that I am extremely irritable, or I get way more injuries than usual, or I'm just not enjoying going to training anymore, and then I take a moment to myself and say, okay, like, what can I do now, and what's going on in my life? What do I prioritize first to not get this exhaustion that just, it's hard to come back after.
Can you, Hannah, tell us a bit about your experience with burnout?
Yeah, I mean, I've hit that a few times, right? I think we all have, whether you're in middle school or in high school or a professional, you do reach these moments where you feel like your attention and your energy and your patience is like this small. That's a good indicator for you're reaching burnout. Like, in the last 5 years or so, I've felt comfortable using other people as like a measuring stick for how I'm feeling. Mm-hmm. And so if Julio, saying, like, mentioning that I might be on edge a bit more and so forth, like, I trust his view on how he sees me, and that can be an indicator for, like, okay, maybe I've got to, like, slow down a bit. It could be friends, it could be family, but it can be really helpful to avoid burnout by creating a network of trusted people that can kind of tell you when you got to slow down. Because it can be really hard. I think any of you guys in the audience that are athletes, it can be so hard to realize when you're in that stage until someone says, yikes, dude, you got to chill.
May I add something?
Yeah, of course.
So I mentioned earlier about the way we perceive external stimulation from sports, and I think there's something to be said about this. We also have to understand that when that stress is coming from an overwhelming quantity of training, for example, or expectations both from your coaches or from certain outcomes before, especially like we have elite performers here who, when you win, the next event, it gets even more pressure to continue this particular winning streak. And that stress creates more tension within the muscles, creates your blood to not flow adequately, and that is exactly what anatomically, physiologically leads to these particular injuries, because your body is so tense that the pressure, that perceived pressure and added pressure from performance and from training is going to get you more injured, right? And so I think that there has to be this kind of peaceful relationship between how much your body could physically take, because if not, additional training is only going to hinder your performance altogether.
Hannah, you mentioned earlier that you always want to perform best, both academically and in sports. And I want to build off of that into our next topic of perfectionism. So perfectionism, to some extent, is present in every athlete, striving for excellence and wanting to achieve goals that we have set for ourselves. However, the psychologist Dr. Ann Wilson-Schaaf has stated that perfectionism is self-abuse of the highest order. Julio, do you agree with this statement, and to what extent do you believe that perfectionism can be healthy before hurting the mental well-being and overall confidence of athletes?
In short, I agree to some extent. In psychology, there's two types of perfectionism, and I think one of them is the one that she's referring to. We have something called maladaptive perfectionism, and this is the type of perfectionism in which we're extremely self-critical about the outcome of our performance. For example, if we're running a race and we did not win, the thoughts that come to your head is, I am not good. And so you have a judgment of your individual worth, and you're attached to that particular outcome. And in that case, When outcome is the main judger or the main measuring stick for who you are as an athlete, then that level of perfectionism is bad and is what she's referring to. However, I do want to go ahead and state that there is another type of perfectionism in psychology, and that is adaptive perfectionism. And in this, it is the strive to be perceiving excellence. In this situation, when an individual loses, that loss becomes a self-reflection. What went wrong? And then it allows them to think about the next competition as another opportunity to try and challenge themselves. And this type of perfectionism, from an athlete perspective, is going to drive them to always be a better athlete and to always strive for better performance.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think this is another great takeaway for you, the audience, to again reframe perfectionism into a new opportunity rather than the standard that you have to perform at. Moving on to a different but still very important topic around mental health in sport, and is the stigma surrounding it. As the world continues to develop and advance, the conversation around mental health has become more publicly open, which is very different which is a very different situation from a few years ago. Hannah, I'm interested to hear your thoughts about some of the differences surrounding the stigma from before and now. And do you believe that the infrastructure that we have today with mental health and psychology would have made a difference in your performance back then?
When we were kind of planning this panel and the questions, at first I had this whole, oh my gosh, there's so many more resources out now than before. Hearing your story about it being a high school athlete now and the access you have to mental health resources, I was like, man, I wish I had a mental coach when I was competing at this level in high school. And even when I got into university, I struggled a lot with mental health. You know, I went to university to run. I was recruited for the cross-country and track team. The scholarship was what allowed me to afford to attend that university. And because I hadn't built up my own independent skills to understand and cope with work with my mental health, I was unprepared. And I kind of fell into a depression. I had to quit the team because I wasn't performing. On top of that, I lost my scholarship. And it was, what I realized coming out of that was the support actually was there for me. And even in high school, it was there for me. I had counselors I could have reached out to. The internet isn't what it is today, but like there were resources, I just didn't know where they were. I didn't know where they existed, and I didn't know how to ask for them or reach out for them. And so I think those resources are even more accessible now to athletes. But in this reflection over the last week, when it comes to mental health, it's not just about, a lot of it has to do with asking for help to find the resources that are out there. Yeah.
To follow up, what are some strategies do you hope to pass to current student athletes and even our audience here about optimizing mental health while navigating between academics and sports?
Slow down, ironically as a runner, slow down, unplug, in order to know like when you're reaching that burnout, in order to understand when your mind isn't functioning in a good way, you've got to be able to like hear it, you've got to be able to feel it. And if you're plugged in literally to something all the time, you've got your headphones in, you're watching, you're listening, even reading, always talking to your friends, watching TikTok, you're not listening, you're not giving yourself a chance to listen to your body and listening to your mind. And if you don't practice that, building that intuition muscle now, it's going to be a lot harder to build it when you really need it later on as an adult, when you don't have necessarily the same support system right here that you do in high school and middle school. So my advice would be to unplug, slow down, and start building that muscle of intuition so then you can use it later on to realize, oh, I'm at that spot where I need to now reach out and ask for help.
Thank you very much for your response. Now we will transition to our last topic of the day, which is social media and comparison. In 2026, social media is a huge part of our lives. We spend lots of time, maybe more time than we should, scrolling through social media platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, which solely highlight the utopian lives of others. Lilach, how does the constant exposure to these images of perfection influence athletes' expectations of themselves, and how does that affect overall mental health?
I think that social media can have both positive and negative effects on athletes' and the way they perceive themselves, but it very depends on the way you perceive things and how you choose to take what you see. But yes, the constant exposure to the perfectionism that is portrayed on social media, where they don't show their bad training days, when they fall, when they get injured, when they got the flu, or even a bad grade. They never show these things on social media. And only seeing this perfect life and saying, wait, like, I'm not like this, I just got a bad grade, it can really mess with your thoughts. Many times I see competitors of mine or girls my age that just won a tournament that I didn't, or something like that, and then I say, like, wait, why not me? Like, I'm fighting well, I'm doing everything, like, why am I not where they are? Why did I not win this tournament? And it takes a real toll on you of, like, why am I comparing? Because my journey is completely different, and maybe they don't have the same level of school stress that I have. Maybe they have different resources. Maybe they just won this tournament because they were better than me that day, but I could be better the next day. So it's very much like how you see things and how you choose to take it. But I also feel like when you only see the perfect things and you never choose to take it in a way of, like, that's not real, you just think of it more as, oh, I have to be the same. I have to perform the same. If they do this and I want to reach that level, I have to do the same thing as them. That means you have to look the same. You have to have the same body type. It comes to body image issues where, for example, in my sport, I prioritize strength and hard trainings. Means my body will not look the same as the body of a ballet dancer. And I can't compare that to different bodies and say, wait, my body's not like that, because I have different demands and my body is required to do very different things than other sports or other people. So you have to think about, we're so different people, there's no even reason to compare. And that's what I think it's important to take away, that, like, social media can be harmful, but you just have to learn that you're your own person and you have your own identity, and that's why you can compare, but you have to be able to say, we're completely not the same. And I also think that social media can be a positive thing. Like, I've seen things that inspired me and pushed me forward. I've seen interviews that inspired me, and I can use it to my advantage, but I have to really watch out what I see. And if I know that if I'm gonna watch this video, then I'm gonna think, why am I not like her? Then I just have to limit myself not to watch it, because it's just gonna be negative, have a negative impact on me.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's something also for you, the audience, to take away, to really use social media, not only in limitation, but really critically think what you want to show yourself. Do you really only want to see those perfect images that lead to these mental health challenges, or you can use it in a way that pushes you forwards and motivates you? So this is all I have in terms of questions, and now we're going to take a 2-minute break to allow you, the audience, to process all of this information and to ask any questions you would like to ask our wonderful panel. We will begin now with the questions from the audience. I would like to ask you to please raise your hand. Then when you get selected, stand up, say your name and school, and then ask a brief question. And I will try to get through as many of you guys as possible.
My name is Maximilian Christoph Schirmer, and I'm a student at ISDL. And as a rower who trains quite a lot of my teammates have an interesting relationship with their self-value and their performance in sports. For example, if they have a good result in a 2K test, then they are really happy, of course. But the same goes for when they have have an off day and have a test or a competition, then you can see how that affects their training in the future, and also that they're very down. How do you suggest coping with this, and how do you suggest taking the motivation of good scores, but I guess ignoring or dealing with, I guess, off days?
Was it addressed
to anyone?
Who is it? Anyone? Okay, perfect.
I've got like something to say, and then so it always sucks when you like have bad results, right? Like I can say and be like, I'm a mature athlete now, but I still don't feel good after a bad time trial or a bad race. Ironically, I end up now looking to other people kind of like me that are doing well to then motivate me. And so that opening statement, or my response to your opening question about not a fable, but like a misconception, is that your competitors are your enemies. I definitely now seek a sense of like positive motivation out of my competitors, whether it's because I ran really well and they ran even better. And I'm like, okay, if they can do it, I can do it. Like, let's go. We might even chat after the race about our training and so forth. And so if I was at practice and a teammate, if I did poorly and other teammates were doing fine, I think I'd lean on them for that motivation of, okay, didn't go well for me today, but let me celebrate them and see how they're doing it and see if I can apply that back to me.
I think part of the question is your answer, because you said your teammate, and I think this is important for everybody to understand, especially if you're in team sports, that an athlete performs a lot better with a support system. And so if you are aware of these particular mental states in which they are in, I think showing support for your teammates, because at the end of the day, you're working to have a similar outcome. We have to be there for each other, right? What can I do for you? How can I help you? And think about these things. It's easier to have a cognitive reframing outcome when you're not suffering through that particular situation. So if you are aware of it and you're not in the same boat, then you could go ahead and allow them to like change the mindset, right? And I think that this is extremely important with team sports. And I'll give a personal example. I think it might also be age. When I was competing in the Texas Nationals for skateboarding, I was much younger, and it became this dog-eat-dog competition, right? It's an individual sport, and everybody was out there to win. And so I couldn't go to another competitor to motivate me. And last year or a year and a half ago, I was in the finals for the Brazilian nationals, for the Brazilian regionals, and I told Hannah, like, there was such a camaraderie around the skateboarders that even if you fell at the end of your run, they would come up to you and like, hey, those first 3 tricks were good, you just have to relax. And mind you, these are the people that I'm competing against, right? So I think a lot of that is, if you are part of a team, be there to support your teammates.
Are there any questions? Okay.
My name is Sofia. I'm from Alte Kantonsschule Aarau, and as a volleyball player, I have a question to all of you: how not to blame every single lost game on yourself, but on the whole team, because it's a team sport.
Yeah, I used to play volleyball as well. We compete in the Swiss Championships as well, and it's very different than an individual sport, but as a team, how to not like blame it only on yourself. It's hard because I know in volleyball sometimes the mistake is your mistake, but it's important to take that and understand that other people are also making mistakes. It's not only your points that are lost, and that the whole point of making mistakes is learning from them. So, you know, you're not in the Olympics yet, you're not in the World Championships yet. Losing a regional game will not be the decider of, am I worth it? Like, is this, my life is over? Like, it's not that. It's that, okay, I made a mistake, I can still change it. I can still improve from it, I can learn from it. And to take those mistakes to like a good point, like Hannah said, like to look at it from a good point of view is very important, and understand that like if it's a team sport, then it's a team effort. If one person makes a mistake, it's everyone's mistake, because the next point you can also make a point. You know, in volleyball you can also make a point and it will be everyone's point. It's not just your success, everyone's success. So especially in team sports, it's the good thing is that you're not alone. And yes, you can take things individually to improve from making mistakes, but I don't think it's ever like good, or you should ever blame only yourself.
I want to comment on that. Yeah, I think it's really, really important to also separate your value as a person from your performance, because at the end, your mistakes happen to everyone, whether you are a youth or elite athlete. Everyone makes mistakes. You're all human, and your mistakes should not define you. And even if you have a bad practice, bad competition, you were physically like perfectly ready, but you were not able to perform, that does not define you. The only thing that defines you is if you let that affect you and bring you down. If you continue forward, then that's already your win right there.
Yeah, just to add, like if you did make a mistake on your own, like even outside of volleyball, maybe it was like on a test or something at school, you know, you'd hopefully seek out feedback from your teacher or from a fellow student, and then you'd kind of work on it to fix it. So if the mistake is a team mistake, not an individual mistake, then as a team, how are you guys going to work together to recognize and then fix whatever the mistake was? Have that fixing be a team event, not just an individual event.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, great.
Hi, my name is Sophia. I go to Carey Academy. I also play volleyball. I think one of the biggest struggles for me, when I was playing my sport, was having bad coaches, because some of them were always for example, they were biased, they didn't listen to you, or sometimes they made you feel very down. And at one point, I also almost lost the love for the sport. So to hear from everyone, how would you say, how did you navigate through having bad coaches, or how from a psychological perspective, how would you encourage athletes to deal with that?
Would you like to start us off, Julio?
I've been there. I played varsity football since I was in 9th grade. And my senior year, I was kicked out of the team. And I lost my love for the sport. We had a transition and a change in coaches. And a lot of it was this old stoic belief in sports of no pain, no gain. And the coaches at that point, and I think even till today, we're in a transitional phase in which they felt that they had to make us feel bad to recognize our mistakes. And that is definitely not a proper way to coach, first and foremost. But you have to also understand, and I'm not justifying your coach, and I'm not justifying other coaches who think this way, but they were brought up in a scenario in which that was a way of coaching. And I ended up getting kicked out of the varsity team, and out of the high school, I was the only one who went up to play Division I eventually through open tryouts. How do you deal with that? First and foremost, don't take it personal. I go back to the first question. What another person thinks of you is not what is who you are internally. And so you also have to change this mindset. And unfortunately, the problem is that you cannot change your coach unless you change your team, right? And so I would go ahead and tell you that you're still going to interact with a lot of coaches that have this particular thought, but do not let that value who you are as a person. And I was just talking to you right before, and I said, always remember why you started playing the sport. And usually the answer is not to win, but it was because you had fun, right? And so look for that fun and look for that positive connection within the sport. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, finding your why in the sports and in everything else is one of the most important things, and just enjoying it. Are there any questions? Yep. Oh.
So, my name is Axel Wallström. I'm in grade 11 here at ISDL. I had a question because I know I play ice hockey, and when the season is over, I've heard this thing called off-season depression, which is you love the game so much that you miss it during the off-season. And I wanted to know how you guys if you guys have also felt it, like how you guys counter it, how you keep looking forward to the next year instead of thinking about the moment. Yeah.
I'll start off. Diversify what brings you joy. Hockey brings you a lot of joy. Hopefully you've got some other things that bring you joy too. And maybe not in the same way that hockey does, but whether you're off season or you get injured and you can't play, you've got to have something to fall back on. Just like we do with our, we're supposed to do with our investments is diversify them. So if one goes down, not all of them do. It's the same thing with what makes you happy. So with being an athlete, it can be tricky because maybe hockey brings you joy, but then so does like playing football or rugby. And if you get injured, you can't also do those other sports too. So when I say diversify what brings you joy as an athlete, it's not just different sports, but things outside of sports that you could still partake in and feel good about when you're not able to physically play. I got MRI results back yesterday from a snowboarding injury that I had, and I'm not running for the next 4.5 weeks, and I can't go back to snowboarding for another 6 weeks. And I'm sitting there going, oh gosh, this is going to be hard, because even though I'm an adult athlete, I still struggle with this, not being able to play your sport when you want to. Luckily, I have other things I like doing that I can do that aren't physical activity like that. I really like reading, I really like listening to podcasts. I'm still allowed to like walk and hike, so I'll lean on those other things that bring me joy during this time that I can't compete.
Can I add?
Yeah, of course.
I go back to reframing the way we think about things. You're not Axel the hockey player, you're Axel who plays hockey. And what this means is that Axel the hockey player, that would be your identity, but you're more than just a hockey player, right? And I go back and to Hannah's point. This is very real, and I will tell you why. Competition is driven by adrenaline. And whether we like it or not, biologically, we get addicted to this drive for adrenaline. And I think Hannah is going to attest to this. But post-university, when I didn't have any more competition to go to, I had post-athletic depression. Like, you really get deprived from this drive that you kind of had. I played football since I was 7 years old, right? And I've been competing in skateboarding for 27 years now. And whenever I do not have that, you do go down. So one thing that I did do was diversify. I don't know if it's, quasi midlife crisis, but I like long distance running now. And I never did before, and I think it's part of this chase of adrenaline. So I would invite you to do other things that also bring you this enjoyment that hockey brings you, so that in the off season you could go ahead and do some of those things, because it is real, right? Psychologically, it is real.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah. Okay, so I have a question mostly for Lilach, but of course anyone else is welcome to answer.
Oh.
Sorry, I don't know if you can see.
There, you're
Here.
good.
Okay, so Lilach, obviously I know you've played a lot of sport, like, what's it called, horse riding, volleyball, judo. So I was wondering, like, that transition into prioritizing judo, how is that like for you? And also maybe any advice you have for others here who are playing multiple sport and want to or need to, like, sort of choose one sport to focus on more.
Yeah, so when I was young, until honestly quite a while ago, because I had to choose, but I combined volleyball, horse riding, judo. I did a lot of things, and I loved them all. And at some point I had to choose because the trainings would get too tough and school would get harder. And it was hard to balance everything and do everything, because if I wanted to perform very well in every single aspect, I couldn't do all. So at the end I chose judo, but my love for the other sports has not gone away at all. And it was very hard for me, and many times I still think about like horse riding, like I love horses, and volleyball I still coach. So I try to keep that like connection with the sport, but at the end, like I have to be like complete with my decision, and whoever else is trying to decide like whether it's a couple different sports or sports and academics, like you can balance things out, and at some point you might have to like choose, but you have to choose something that you're really like, I'm going there, I'm going to training, and I'm getting to training with a smile and I'm leaving training with a smile. Or many times where I arrive to training like after I had a bad day, which happens a lot. At the end, usually I leave training like happy because, you know, also from like your body, you release like hormones that make you happy when you exercise. And even if the training was bad, sometimes yes, I'm like a bit annoyed about the training, but the next day I have another training that like I can make better. So it's kind of like just day by day, going from like training to training, but also just enjoying like the whole process of I'm going to move my body, I'm going to do what I love, I'm going to learn new things. So yeah.
Thank you very much. We have time for one final question.
Hello, my name is Leandro. I'm in 9th grade here at ISDL and I play basketball. And I wanted to know, please, what I can say or do when a teammate or someone else says negative things that lower my motivation, especially after I miss a shot or layup, and how I can stay focused on myself and keep confidence up, as I tend to like overthink my mistakes and the negative comments people make often stick in my head.
Would you like to start?
Good question, Leandro. I feel like I don't really actually have an answer because I think that's something anyone would struggle with for a really long time. Like, if someone's mean to you, it hurts whether you're a kid or you're an adult. It hurts whether you're in a sport or in the classroom. I guess kind of like that intuition muscle. You build up your confidence, you build up your self-worth, you build up your intuition over time. And I'd like to say it gets easier. It'll still hurt, but it gets easier as you grow, as long as you are, again, unplugging and slowing down and listening to what it is your body and mind need when you do get faced with that adversity. Beyond that, and I didn't mention it earlier, obviously when things do get really hard, and if it is something that you can't just, intuition your way out of, there's a reason we have school counselors. There's a reason why therapists are a thing. There are mental health resources out there just to make sure you don't slide into that space where you really start believing the things that these people are saying. Anyone that says something like that, they're going through their own stuff, and that can be really hard to accept, but as you grow and kind of give yourself more space from it, that's how I like to reframe it. Anyone that's mean to me, I'm like, dang, that sucks for them. They must be going through something to want to say that to me.
Anyone else want to add?
In psychology, we have something called self-efficacy, and it's basically your perception of how good you think you are. And I think, first and foremost, to some extent, you could take that as feedback, and I think there's a negative or a downside when it does come with harmful words. But I invite you again to revisit it. If you did make a mistake and you had not acknowledged it, maybe go ahead and take that particular mistake to see how you could improve. But also, I don't know, if you really like basketball, I would also invite you to let that be your drive and to prove people wrong, right? But more importantly, when it comes to team sports, I think allow them to understand that you are part of their team. So the only thing that they're doing is pretty much shooting themselves in the foot, because if one person performs bad within the team, the collective performs bad, right? And so it's very different in team sports. And so I would invite you to remind them. I would invite you to use this type of behavior as a driver for you to want to also improve your skills if you think the feedback is honest. But also at the same time, like Coach Luber said here, I think it's important for you to understand that there is people that could go ahead and assist you with it. That taboo has been broken down, and I'm very glad we're having this conversation, because unfortunately, when I was growing up, people would say, well, that's how it is. And it's not, just because that's how it is doesn't mean that it's right. So yeah, go and refrain and rethink about these particular interactions.
Okay. I can say something small. Yeah, I think for me, when people say like something bad or mean, I used to take it very much to heart when other people would, I would care a lot about what people thought about me, and if I would lose a fight, then I would say, oh, they probably all think I'm so bad now, and that was so embarrassing. But at the end, there's no other way to get to the top except making mistakes and losing, and really no athlete ever has got to the top without making mistakes and embarrass themselves in front of the audience or the team or whatever. And that's really the only way. So you just have to kind of either let that slide. You could and yeah, take that as motivation to say, I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. Maybe it'll take me a month, maybe it'll take me a year, but at the end, like everything, you're gonna want me on your team even more. Like, just take that.
Thank you all for your powerful and amazing responses. So this is all the time that we have for the session today, and I would like to thank you, the audience, for your amazing questions and participation, and our wonderful panelists for sharing their experiences and insights into our very important topic. So please join me in a big round of applause for our panelists.
What's up, guys?
I would ask you all to now begin your transition to session number 6. And if you have any questions for any of the panelists, you're free to make your way to the stage, but please be mindful of your time in getting to your next session. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Hello, everyone. The panel will begin very shortly. Please take your seats and silence your phones. Thank you.
AstraZeneca has now unveiled Milton, an AI tool they trained on medical data from 500,000 people who are part of the UK Biobank. Milton was able to predict over 1,000 different diseases with high accuracy, and for 121 it was rated as exceptional.
When we talk about AI in healthcare, I think we need to understand it as a foundational change in the toolkit we have available.
Is AI going to save lives? Yes, it will save lives because it will enable us to do more, see more, and manage better than we did without AI.
I've made an AI tool that allows me to diagnose Parkinson's to anyone, anywhere in the world, within 3 seconds.
16-year-old Toronto teen realized that voice abnormalities could help with early detection of Parkinson's disease.
I can analyze these deviations in the pitch or shifts in the amplitude and diagnose Parkinson's based on that.
They would never have found it, and in all likelihood, I would not be here talking with you today.
Imagine a world where doctors can spot serious diseases years before patients feel affected. That is exactly what artificial intelligence is starting to make possible. AI is transforming early disease detection by finding hidden patterns in medical data, from simple blood tests to medical scans, with remarkable accuracy. Companies like AstraZeneca, alongside tech firms such as NVIDIA and Microsoft, have developed and deployed advanced AI systems that can combine many types of data at once and identify early signs of diseases from common medical test results, sometimes long before symptoms even appear. Today, these tools are already operational in hospitals, especially in areas like radiology, where AI can notice tiny changes in medical images that the human eye might miss. This means diseases such as cancer, heart disease, or neurological conditions can be detected earlier, where treatment is often more effective. Good afternoon. My name is Axel Lozano, and I'm an 11th grade student here at IZL, as well as a member of the YFS series team. And I'm honored to welcome you guys to the panel, Revolutionizing Early Detection with AI. Joining me for this session, I'm happy to welcome 3 experienced professionals that all have key and unique insights in the healthcare, tech, design, and AI sector. First of all, please help me in welcoming Dr. Eva Maria Hempe, who works at NVIDIA, helping healthcare organizations use powerful AI and advanced computing to improve areas such as medical imaging, genomics, and drug discovery. Her work focuses on turning cutting-edge AI technologies into scalable solutions that can support earlier detection, better research, and improve patient outcomes across healthcare systems. Next, Camila Gutierrez-Meade, a service and experience designer who works in women's health and focuses on prevention and early detection through human-centered design. She is the founder of Tetoka, a health awareness initiative that helps young people better understand their bodies and recognize potential health issues early. In addition, she works at Artitis, where she helps design digital tools that support cancer diagnosis. And last but not least, Thomas Di Maio, who is a chemistry and biotechnology scientist whose career in pharmaceuticals has spanned commercial strategy, marketing, and diagnostics. His current focus at AstraZeneca is developing the use of genetic sequencing, AI, and machine learning to advance cancer understanding and guide doctors towards better treatment decisions. Please join me in a round of applause. So, the first 25 minutes of the session will allow for the panelists to answer the questions that I have prepared for them, allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about relevant and address topics with the remaining time. So, let's get started. Eva Maria, before we talk about specific tools or diseases, could you explain in simple terms how AI recognizes patterns in medical data and why this is so powerful for early disease detection?
I think it's really important to understand the basics of the technology, and ultimately there's 3 elements that you need for AI. You need compute, you need algorithms, and you need data. And we can talk, I think we'll talk more about what we can do in terms of algorithms, and there's a lot of development there, but I want to focus on the data piece. So ultimately, what we're doing is we're doing mathematics, we're doing probabilities. And I think about it that the data I have, which I use to train my model, is almost like a playing field. And I think better is maybe the United States. Think about the United States of America. There you have very different topographies. You have places like Kansas, which are flat, like it's the same 200 miles out. And then you have places like the Rocky Mountains, where the topology changes every few centimeters. And you don't need to know the Kansas in the same amount of detail than you need to know the Rocky Mountains. Like AI can fill in those gaps. But if you only know the United States, the continental United States, your AI will never be able to come up with something like Alaska or the Antarctica, because it's just outside this playing field which you created with the training data. And I think that's something important to keep in mind when we talk about AI, particularly when we talk about generative AI, like AI which actually comes up with something new, or which can basically give back something. You can almost think about AI as well as like a sequence of steps. Like we started with perceptive AI, which is, some people might still remember there were all the things like, is it a dog or is it a muffin? That's basically perceptive AI. And a lot what we talk about in radiology is perceptive AI. You're perceiving like, okay, is this malignant or is this benign? And then you kind of move into other things like generative AI, or also agentic AI, and ultimately physical AI. But I think it's really important to just keep in mind, no matter what the machine does, it's always a statistics on a database. So you have to be very careful with like what you put into the machine, because that will severely affect what's going to come out. And if your training data set is too small, if you've got some biases you might not even be aware of, there were fun studies that just like you were able to detect a certain disease, and then they found out that the main predictor in the machine was whether the patient was lying down or not, because people with that very severe disease weren't able to take their scans standing up anymore. But you have to be really careful of all those things in your data, because all of that will affect the quality of your outcomes.
Thank you. And talking about generative AI, Thomas, from your diagnostics perspective, how do these AI capabilities change what doctors detect, how early they can detect it, and their work in hospitals?
So I just want to start with the basics. Why is early detection very important? Because the earlier you detect a disease, the bigger the chance you could cure it. Just as an example, in lung cancer, if you are diagnosed at a stage 1, the probability for you to be alive at 5 years is 80%. If you are detected at stage 4, this probability sinks to 10%. So that's the reason why we want to catch up disease very early on. So I believe when it comes to AI and early detection, I see really 3 main areas where it could really change the game. The first one is incidental finding. For example, if you've got a pneumonia and you are just making a CT scan to understand the extent of your disease, this CT scan will be, this chest scan will be analyzed by a pulmonologist, radiologist. But this pulmonologist specialist won't be necessarily really skilled into understanding, what are the diseases of the heart. And with the same scanner, you could potentially detect the classification of your aortic vein. So in that case, AI will spot this element, which is a little bit out of the field of expertise of the clinician who is looking at those scans. A second area where I think AI got a lot to bring is sensitivity. When you've got small nodules that are barely detectable by human eyes, AI could help tremendously to spot them. very early on. And the last element, and I think Eva might touch that on that a little bit, is being able to tell apart if a lesion is benign or dangerous, because they don't have the same shapes. But it's quite difficult to tell them apart, and I think AI will bring a tremendous value in this field as well.
Thank you. And so, generative AI, scanners, but Camilla, your initiative, Tetoka, is a self-awareness tool for women to help them notice and to help them better decisions, before they enter the healthcare system. So how do you see technologies like the scanners, preventive AI, generative AI, entering these initiatives to help users' outcome today or in the future?
Yeah, so as Thomas was mentioning, early detection is really important, and with the TOCA, this is like my main goal. Teach women about self-awareness, body awareness, and understand what is going on with their bodies. And I see AI as a tool that can come afterwards. I feel AI can help a lot recognizing patterns and scanning and then making predictions, but you need to be human first and understand what is going on, and then, yeah, involve AI to have better understandings, and everything comes from human awareness, body awareness, and being present with your body.
And so do you think you're ever going to use AI in these initiatives or in others, in order to kind of enhance these human capabilities and the importance of the human in the loop to detect and to detect these diseases?
Yeah, so with the TOCA we have the digital and the physical product. The physical product is a bra where women can learn how to touch their breast and know if there's anything wrong, so to break this taboo up about self-detection. And then we have the app, that is the digital companion. In the app we are wanting to integrate AI, so you can, like, women can track their periods and have like a better understanding on what is going on in their month-to-month cycle.
All right, thank you. Now, early detection sounds very promising, but in reality, it only matters if it leads to better decisions and better clinical outcomes. So, from your perspectives, what needs to happen for AI-driven early detection to truly make that difference in people's lives? Thomas, would you like to start off?
So, first of all, I believe that as of today, implementing this AI solution in clinical practice comes with a certain hurdle. So therefore, if a clinician goes through those hurdles, it's quite likely that he or she will be willing to use AI and act upon whatever signal that is given by this AI tool. And I believe that the question is less today how to make it happen, but really stressing out that this needs to happen. Meaning you taking mammograms, they are better read and more rapidly read by AI than by human beings. And I think that when it comes to this adoption question, we've got three critical elements that we need to solve as of today. The first one is education. The reality of the demographic is that most of the physicians the average age of physician is around 50 years old. So there was a lot of education to make sure that they are understanding AI, the benefit, etc. So this first element is awareness and education. The second element is that all those products are new and entering a space, healthcare, which is heavily, with a heavy regulation. And I think that the second element that needs to happen is to build regulation which are focused on AI or AI ready. For example, once there is a new AI solution coming on the market, how do we evaluate it? How do you evaluate it against other solutions to just understand, which criteria could base on judgment, what is best? And potentially the last element is the economic equations. Quite often the solutions are an add-on to what is already existing in terms of care. So we need to understand, how we measure the value it brings and who will be paying for that. So those are for me the three elements: education and awareness, technical regulation, and economic model that will really unlock the power of AI in screening and healthcare in general, to be fair.
Thank you. And so at the beginning, you mentioned acting upon a medical outcome. Now, Camilla, I ask you, on the human side, when diseases are detected early, how does that change how people act in response to their health?
So I feel, yeah, going back to the topic about education, I think if we could have like, or what I have seen now is that there's a huge lack of education about health in general in younger generations, and yeah, since we start growing. So I feel once you understand what is going on, you have more peace of mind and you are aware and you go more calm to that doctor and understand what they are telling you. If you don't have this awareness about what is going on, of course you go to the clinics, to the doctors, and you go with another mindset. You go thinking that's the worst. So I feel, yeah, you need as a human perspective, you need to be aware of what's going on and have this empathy of understanding your body.
Thank you. And lastly, Eva Maria, from a technology and infrastructure perspective, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, you have, of course, in healthcare very sensitive data. And there is a question about always anonymity. And of course, you can take the name off, but your genome defines you much better than your name. It's easier to change your name than to change your genome. Your genome is you. So all of this data is very highly sensitive. So we have to have infrastructure which also protects this data to an appropriate standard. So, and again, often like the healthcare systems aren't fully equipped for that and aren't fully equipped to do that at the scale necessary. And of course, we're having questions around data protection, data privacy. Where is this data? And also, do we want to bring all this data together? If we do, for all the benefits we said about early detection, potential longer lifespan, but how do we safeguard this from being accessed by other people who might hike up your insurance premium because you have a higher risk of a certain disease? And it kind of has a whole other raft of questions, but it always comes back to data privacy, security. I mean, I used to work for a company which was more on-prem. Like at NVIDIA, we're agnostic, like cloud or on-prem. It's not, there's no silver bullet there, but it needs to be a very conscious decision. We need to have the sufficient infrastructure, sufficient secure infrastructure in place. And here we're also getting a little bit towards sovereign AI, like who's controlling the AI. And as I said before, there's the three elements. There's data, compute, and algorithms. Where are the algorithms coming from? Like who trained the algorithms? What database, as I said before, the data you put into the AI like forms the AI. Like what data went into there? Is this representative? Is this representative of your population? Do you have certain groups which are overrepresented, which are underrepresented? Like there are enough examples how certain AI works less well on dark skin because that's just not what it was trained on. So you have to keep that in mind on the algorithm side. On the data side, like we talked about it, how do you protect the data which you're creating? Where does it reside? What's the access capabilities? What's the access rights? That's more a policy than a technical question. And then for the compute, the same question, where does the compute sit? Does the compute, do you do it on some US hyperscaler, somewhere in the cloud, where the servers might be somewhere in the US, and the US government has, in theory, access to any piece of data? Maybe not. Do you want to run it at a local cloud provider? Do you want to run it in a server inside your hospital? But also servers inside a hospital aren't foolproof. So you have to kind of make all of those decisions to balance the benefits of the technology with the risks. And that's just a law of nature. There is nothing that doesn't carry risk. It's always going to be a balance, and ultimately it's a societal question as well, like what balances are we willing to strike? Like I was once asked about China, where the decision, like the balance is very different. The balance is very much like no personal privacy, but we're kind of increasing population health. Probably here in Switzerland and Europe, we would make a different choice, but this is ultimately a societal question.
And so to follow up on what you said about the lack of accessibility and like the little equipment that some services have, do you think in these cases the main barrier is the technology, or rather how these systems are funded or rather incentivized?
I think Thomas said that before as well. It's a question on, like, once we're moving more to prevention, it changes our entire system. Like so far, our healthcare system is actually not a health care system. It's a sick care system. It's a system that's built on curing disease. And that's how all the reimbursement models are built, or in many places that's how reimbursement is built. So if you're moving towards prevention, you have, probably net, it will be cheaper. It's cheaper to kind of cure cancer at stage 1 than at stage 4, although ultimately we will die of something. But I think we probably can assume that it will cost less, but how do we make sure that the people who are doing the work still get paid if people now do not get that sick anymore? And I think if you look at the overall envelope, there is money in there for the infrastructure, but it is about finding a new system of enabling true healthcare rather than sick care.
Thank you. Now, shifting gears a little, Camilla, from your perspective, what is the biggest human or behavioral barrier that's present in early detection today?
I will say education, the lack of education, and also going back to Eva, I think the healthcare system is, also not providing these tools about prevention. So I feel there's a huge lack of education for all of us. During all the research, I found that we are always going on internet. Now we have ChatGPT, who hasn't used ChatGPT to ask, today I'm feeling like this, what is going on? I have these symptoms, and is lack of education what is missing, and it could be nice to provide more or to change the system to give more classes regarding prevention, and
And Thomas, from your experience, has education benefited how diagnostics and treatment are carried about in the medical system?
So I think it's a tough one because those are always quite technical questions. Therefore, you cannot educate a patient upfront because you don't know if they're going to get a disease, and so it's a little bit of less, a loss of time and energy. I think there are two elements on which I think it's worth, really fighting and investing. One is education once you seek to how to rapidly bring you up to speed about, the understanding of your disease, because this is the only way that you will be able to make an informed decision, informed choice about, the course of treatment. So that's the first element. The second element, which is particularly for early screening, I think there is also a question of education and psychology. So there was a wealth of data showing that early screening makes sense. You catch more disease earlier, so you're treating patient better. You are curving down the mortality. But as an individual, do you want to get pre-screened? Because it could be sometimes a little bit easier to put your head in the sand and say, okay, why should I go to an early screening? Because, best case scenario, there was nothing, and it's all fine, but, there was a slight, even low probability that I detect something, and maybe I don't want to know. So there is some things that, and I'm certain that Camilla is working on those type of things. Like, or could you, beyond education, try to nudge toward, a little bit more preventive care as an individual level, on top of, at a societal level?
But I think that's a very old question, the question on what screening programs make sense or not. And I think we all learned that during COVID. If you have a disease where the prevalence is very rare, but very few people have COVID, let's say, in the room. And now you test everybody, but every test has a false positive rate. So if you have 1 out of a million people who has it, now I have to get my math right, and you have a false positive rate of just 1%, in a million people will find 10,000 who will not have it. And one person who has it. And that's just a general, has nothing to do with AI, that's just basic mathematics. And if something is very rare and you don't have a perfect test, which you will never have, you will at some point find far more false positives than real positives. And then what you just said comes in, like the anxiety of being, I think right now it is still like if a regular woman tests positive for breast cancer, your chance of actually having breast cancer is really small. I think it's 20% or so. Yeah. Like it's not that high. Like you can test positive for breast cancer and you don't have to freak out initially. If you have certain risk factors, if you have a history of breast cancer in your family and you test positive for breast cancer, then you should freak out. But so there's like this psychological element
the
to
big
it.
question is, how you move from statistic on a big population to the
Yeah.
individual behavior.
Yeah, you need more risk factors. And I think that's where AI can help. It can help us understand better and kind of have a, basically have those risk factors which make your tests like better.
Yeah.
So when you guys talk about false and positive false positives and negative
Positives.
false negatives, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Positive, negative.
So just to end off on an ethics basis, who has the responsibility ultimately? The doctor, the system, or the developer? So yeah, doctor, if you'd like to start just really quickly.
I'm not a medical doctor, but I mean, I think that's for me another important thing about AI in healthcare. And it goes a little bit beyond the topic of here of diagnosis, but medicine is not a fully like probabilistic predictive thing. In the diagnosis is the one thing, but then also what you do, like your treatment, is a completely different question. And there, it's a highly individualized decision, and I think that will never go away. I think we will always have doctors, medical doctors, just because this human side, this empathy, understanding the patient, and then helping to make the right decision for that patient in that moment of time. It might say, example, when I was 18, I tore my ACL, so I busted my knee. And now there were two different ways of how you could treat it. You could actually either take a piece out of my knee and put it inside my knee, or you could take a piece outside of my hamstring and put it inside my knee. Both are perfectly good treatment options. And the choice in my case came down to, I had a ticket booked to New Zealand, my surgery was in April, and I want to ski in August. And so my doctor told me, well, like if you take patella, you might not be able to kneel well for the rest of your life. You have an ugly scar, which I do, but it's going to heal faster. You have a better chance of being able to ski in August. So I'm like, yeah, sign me up. Now, a few years later, when I don't have a ski trip planned to New Zealand, I might make a different choice. But no AI can do that. So I think ultimately it's always still going to be the doctor who has to take the pieces of information and come up with a decision. Now, actually, I think also just from a medical legal point of view, we will see doctors for a long time. It raises another interesting question. If a doctor now suddenly can see, instead of 20 patients, 80 patients a day, he or she's taking on a much higher risk. So you might have to, and risk in this case means huge insurance payouts, or I might lose my license if I do a wrong decision. So that might have to be, again, factored into the whole question of how do you compensate and how do you incentivize people. But that's just as a side note. But I think it's still going to be the doctor. We cannot delegate responsibility to machines. I think that's a very basic tenet of IT, I believe.
Yeah.
Anything to add, guys?
I fully agree, and I think that there is an element where it's just also shared responsibilities, meaning it's a responsibility for the AI manufacturers that say, work well in the first place, but also make sure that their algorithm do not, derive at some point and become less performant. It's the responsibility of the regulatory body to just make sure that what's put on the market is performing well enough. And in the end, it's also the responsibility of the end user, which could be the clinician. I think that the burden is too heavy to sit on the shoulder of one individual. It should be in healthcare collective decision.
And also don't trust the tool blindly. I mean, that's even now when you're using AI, ChatGPT, whatever. I mean, I think everybody has come across things that just don't make sense. Yes. Just check the source. And that's, I think, probably your teachers will not say, if you're allowed to use AI and you come up with something which just is absolute nonsense, it's your responsibility to kind of think about it critically. Can this be possible? Am I confident? And maybe then double click and look at the sources, look one level deeper, look at the original images and then say, okay, yeah, fine. The AI really found something here which I would have overlooked.
Double check it. Yeah, I agree with both of them. I also agree it comes from the end user, so us. Of course, we have the experts, the medical staff, but we are the ones taking the decision. And your example was a good example. At the end, the doctor gave you two plans. You decided what was best for you. So, yeah.
Thank you. And I think that's super valuable for the audience to keep in mind, apart from just for healthcare. But I think systems will collapse if AI replaces us, and ultimately we put too much trust in AI. I think it is crucial for humans to stay in the loop and take accountability and responsibility for decisions made based on AI. So that is all I have in terms of questions. So thank you guys so much for your views and for your perspectives on AI as a stepping stone towards early detection and prevention. So we will now take a short break, which will allow you to process all the information you have just received and get some questions ready. Thank you for listening. All right. We will now begin with the questions from the audience. Please keep them brief, and I will do my best to get to as many of you as possible. I would ask that you please stand up, state your name, your school, followed by your brief question. Take it away.
Hi, my name is Remy. I'm from Kantonsschule Alpenkirch, and I have a question because you mentioned that you don't think AI is going to replace human doctors because of things like weighing the pros and cons of something that could take longer to heal. But in my mind, it's completely possible that, for example, ChatGPT would be able to make such a decision. I'm not saying that that is how it should be, but it seemed strange because ChatGPT would be perfectly capable of weighing those like pros and cons.
So how would ChatGPT weigh, if you're an old lady, you're in the hospital, you're 89 years old, you have not just one disease, you have a whole range of diseases, and now you go into cardiac arrest, you have a heart attack. Should you do everything that needs to be done to kind of bring this person back or not? Like, how do you make that, how would an AI make that choice? How would, the same woman, like if you can ask her, she might give you a very different answer at 85 or 89. She might give you a very different answer if her husband just died, or if her grandchild has just been born. There are so many factors, and ultimately it becomes often a very personal decision, like what's the right answer. And this is really, really hard. This is really hard today. Like if you talk to emergency physicians, and one of my best friends is an emergency geriatric physician, she actually told me most of the doctors she knows do not resuscitate in their patient instructions, because the doctors know what it means. But if this decision is left to like the families very often, or somebody, very often you go for the safe option, but this is not necessarily the best option. So it becomes almost a singularity problem. So singularities are problems that are very rare, like very unique combinations of elements. And then we're going back to what I said at the beginning. Then you just don't have data. Like if this is a case which occurs in this combination of factors, family, health, Socioeconomics, I mean, fortunately here it's usually not a question, but in some other countries it's a question, like, am I willing to go into debt? Am I willing to have my children go into debt to leave for another 2 months? So you have all those different factors coming together, and in this combination, they might be unique. There might be one in 100 years. How is a system which relies on pattern recognition, which relies on data, going to make a decision in that moment?
More broadly speaking, you know, medicine goes just beyond decision-making process.
Yeah.
Meaning,
it's a human, it's ultimately human. It's like, what's the right thing for that person in that moment? And that is often not purely factual. That's emotional. That's a decision. That's a conversation. That's kind of finding something that person has addressed it. And sometimes you have it as well, that people say, oh yeah, like, please, like, I'm willing to go through that pain for another 2 months. And then maybe you find out, yeah, they're doing it because they feel they owe it to their family. And then maybe a doctor can actually, with the patient, have a conversation and then agree on, like, okay, I've had a good life. I'm willing to go. But this is really, really hard. And I think this is nothing a machine can do. But this is my opinion.
Any other questions?
Hi, I'm Vanessa. I'm from Curie Academy, and this was already kind of touched on, but I was wondering how you, or like if you had considered using AI for emergency medicine and how you would do that.
Who would this be directed to, please?
Anyone really. Any opinions.
Question, emergency medicine?
Camilla, Thomas, would you like to?
So honestly, I think the use of AI is a little bit, you know, kind of a continuum. I feel particularly, you know, easy to answer this, you know, feel at ease answer this question because my mom used to be an ER doctor, and she went through a couple of, you know, catastrophes, so she also knows, and I know firsthand, you know, what happens when you know, the ER is overwhelmed. And I think that, you know, there are elements where AI could be quite decisive, meaning being able to triage cases to make sure that we've got the prioritization right is a good element where I think it could bring value. I think it could bring value also to potentially help to retrieve information to the specificity of each patient, you know, from medical, you know, medical record, etc., etc. While I believe that it will be unhealthy for AI to make all the decisions. So I think it's just a help that could, you know, have value in different points of, you know, patient and decision-making journey, but not necessarily to be considered as an end-to-end, you know, solution.
And it's actually been used for triage. I think it was at JP Morgan or somewhere this week I saw that they have like now a kit, like now in emergency situations, you're using usually colored wristbands to sort of say which are the most severe cases, but this is very static. So now there you have got this big box and it comes with patches you put on the patient. It also has a color code like the wristbands, but it monitors vital signs, and that way it can adjust risk. So you might be green, but then now suddenly your heart rhythm is trying to do funky things. So then you might actually go from green to orange, and then it allows to a better triage, a better decision who to treat first in a situation where you have more cases to handle than you have capacity, which is the basic issue in an ER usually.
Any other questions?
My name is Alice. I go to Zurich International School. You mentioned briefly about like data protection when training these AI models. This is a question for you, Ms. Hempe, if that's possible. What kind of measures are put in place to protect these patients' data privacy when you are training these models?
It's actually one of the big barriers for a lot of things is the access to data. And usually what we're trying to do is trying to go through real anonymization, so not just remove the name, but really get to a point that the data, that you cannot detect who's the person whose data went into the training set. There are some technological solutions to that as well. Like one thing I find quite interesting is on synthetic data. So what you could do is you could take a data set, you could use it to train a model, and then you basically create new data from the model, which is then not a real patient anymore. So think about, you take a bunch of patient records, like what is your medical history? And then you train a model and it learns how does a medical record look like for a certain population with a certain disease is common. And then you can create, then the model can actually create medical records which are no longer a real person. And that's a way for a normalization as well to start, and we do that with images as well. We can create synthetic images these days, which are sort of not a real patient, but they're medically accurate. So that's one way to do it if you do not, I mean, if you have a very specific question, if you want to train a model just to be able to detect breast cancer, whatever, you can do away with the images afterwards, and you just have to, while you train, you have to ensure privacy. But often it's a real issue because often you also don't have enough records right away, so you have to wait for quite a while. And it's also really hard when you had a good set and then you have to basically throw it away and start from scratch. But this is not a solved problem yet, so it's usually just a long ethics approval process. Like you have to make the case that this is a use where the value that you're going to derive is worth the cost and potential privacy risk you're paying for it.
On this topic, Eva Maria, do you think that federated learning could help?
Yeah.
So basically, rather than having a training set on premise, a big one, you are just actually training your algorithm in different locations, so the data doesn't move.
Leave.
So it doesn't leave. So if you've got a breach whatsoever, it limits a little bit the impact.
I mean, the problem is usually just you want to avoid data getting out, because once it's out, you can't get it back in. You can always make a copy. You can never control that it has really been deleted. Yeah. So, and there's people who think about also how can you like broker data accesses, like decentralized architectures, where you're doing a federated, like a distributed learning, and you don't have to bring everything in one place, which always increases the risks of things going wrong.
Hi, I'm Ioannis from University of Lausanne. I would like to go back to the decision-making process. I completely agree with you on what you said, that the final decision should be based on human judgment. I was just thinking that in terms of the healthcare systems, they operate in limited resources, as we all know, and it all comes back to resource efficiency. So if AI could decide in more minor case, maybe not life-threatening situations as you described before, even any of us having a flu, and instead of the doctor asking ChatGPT and then after 1 or 2 days just be okay, or AI having more supportive role in the decision-making process, could you see these possibilities, or you think that in the end the decision-making process, in order to make, also it's a trade-off of quality and quantity that you said before. If a doctor sees 80 patients or 20, it's very much different how they treat them. So if AI could treat the rest 60 cases that they don't have a life-threatening situation, the doctor then have the capacity to see the rest 20 in a better capacity. You know what I mean?
I think it partly also goes with what you were saying in terms of better education and better like taking responsibility for your own health. It's a really interesting question. Ultimately, the question you're asking is whether a bad doctor is better than no doctor. But not just for us. I mean, this becomes much more interesting in parts of the world where there are no doctors, where there is a nurse with some education, if any, if you're lucky. And so is it better to give that nurse a smartphone and access to like a well-constructed health database, or just let her do her thing? The interesting thing, that question came up in the past as well. So I think about like very early, when the first, maybe over 100 years ago, I don't have the exact date, but it was in the States, and there it used to be, everybody could open a medical school. And that led to a lot of really bad doctors. And then there was actually the decision to clamp down on that, and a lot of states really increased the requirements to be able to run a med school. And that provided a perfect natural experiment, because now suddenly you have the old world where you have a lot of bad doctors running around, but more doctors, and now suddenly you have the new world where you have far fewer doctors, which are better quality. Yeah. And what you found there was that indeed a bad doctor is worse than no doctor. To which degree this is comparable to what we have now is a question, because of course now, like, probably a computer-aided AI system is probably a better doctor than some quack who was educated by some really bad med school. But is there something to be studied? I don't know the answer to that. I think my hunch is that particularly if you have people with a certain level of medical education, supplementing them for a limited number of cases with a limited blast radius, like risk radius, it's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing to give a nurse in Africa the smartphone and help her serve her population better. But I don't know until somebody does the research on it.
Camilla, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I was gonna add that, I mean, if you ask me, I will say maybe in a really long future that could be part of the whole user journey of going to the hospitals and maybe training the staff. But I feel we always need this human-centered part, and especially when it comes to medicine, right? You want to be treated well, you wanted to take care, and I feel technology is not there yet. So maybe it can be a combination.
All right, well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have today, as we're coming to an end. So I would like to thank you guys, the audience, for your participation and questions, as well as the panelists for their experienced views on such an important topic. Please join me in a round of applause. So I would ask that you please now make your way to the gym for the final connecting session. But then if you want, you can come up to the stage to connect with some of the speakers, but do keep in mind the short time that you have to transition. Thank you very much and have a lovely day.